getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit. And you cry victim and say you didn't start this. But the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs drop on your civilians? Yo, you could avoid it all this if you wanted to. But humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, this is what you get for all your evil deeds. Boom, 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 Tel Aviv, you brought this upon yourself. It's your time to bleed.
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'm fired up today. My head looks gigantic. I look large. I'm wearing horizontal stripes, which is a terrible look for me. And it's blue. It's blue. The goddamn pen is blue. It's okay. I took the Lord's name in vain, but it was in a Jim Carrey reference, which the New Testament says is fine. And this is the new and everlasting covenant. Welcome to the program. Like I said, I'm excited. Lots of stuff to talk about today. I think Brian says it best in our chat before the show. Suffolk Crenshaw. Oh, buddy. What? Oh, no more Dan Crenshaw. One Warhawk down, huh? That's a Jerry Bruckheimer, Ridley Scott movie. Warhawk down. No more Crockett. No more Crenshaw. Tony Gonzalez hanging on by a thread. We're going to talk about all this later today, along with a war update. We have a shitload of Bill Clinton clips today from his Epstein deposition. That's going to be fun. Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes both turn it on Trump. Fuentes a lot harder. Like, Nick Fuentes enjoys taking that knife and shoving it in someone's back when he feels righteous. Alex Jones you feel bad for because Alex is like legitimately heartbroken. You know, Nick Fuentes has that ironic detachment Gen Z thing where he's like, ooh, turning on someone for fun. I love pro wrestling. Whereas Alex Jones like basically wept at Trump's feet and like he's going to save the country. Like, Alex Jones was talking about demons and angels and Trump helping us fight the battle against interdimensional demons. And now he's got to admit that the guy's a goddamn fraud. Gosh darn fraud. Apologize. Where's the jar? We got to get next week. We got to start the jar. But I mean, so watching these two like totally disown the guy. First of all, with Alex, I'm going to say better late than never because Alex was kind of disappointing me with how little heat he brought to the Epstein file stuff. Because like this was his bread and butter. Like, this is demonic satanic rituals and drinking blood and killing babies. Like, this is what Alex Jones made his money on. And now he's going to stop short when he's confronted with it. That was kind of weird to me. And Nick Fuentes, I thought, was a little too jokey about the whole thing. But hey, like I said, better late than never. These two are on. So we've got that today. Like I said, we got the Clinton stuff. I love these two dorks that run Burger King and McDonald's, that they're eating burgers at each other. This is great. Like, we had the Cola Wars before I was born, like in the 80s. And like Coke and Pepsi would take shots at each other, and they would make ads saying yours tastes like dog piss and yours tastes like rat shit and all this other stuff. And now the burger guys are like doing this passive aggressive, you eat burgers, gay. I'm going to eat my burger like a real man. And then the other CEO goes, give me another chance. I can eat the burger not like a gay guy. And then he goes to eat the burger again to not look like a gay guy. And then coming up over the top of all three of them is everyone's favorite Nazi food reviewer. Review Bra comes in and he's just like, fuck you, I'll eat a burger like a creepy zombie and you can all eat my dick. So we're all over the place today. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited. Then we have a war update. I also have to tell you that I don't think you guys are allowed to shit on Johnny today. Because before today's show, in advance of today's show, this came in last night. And by the way, for those of you who are writing in, where's the evening show? Where's the evening show? I tried to say it as many times as I could during Monday and Tuesday's show, but I was not, or Tuesday morning show. I was not going to have a show on Tuesday night. My daughter had a choir concert last night. We all went to the choir concert. It was nice. It was lovely. And I keep my promises. My daughter and my two daughters and my son went to Catholic Mass. So they want to go to the fun, non-denominational thing. And like, I'm not going to tell my kids, at like, 11, 9, and 6. I'm not going to tell I'm not going to get like covenant theology versus dispensational theology. There will be time for that some other time. There's a mass at the cathedral today at like 12:05. I'll probably hit that one. And then, they can go to the quote unquote fun church that loves Israel. Then SP went to Catholic Mass with me last weekend. So next weekend, I'm going to a Missouri Synod Lutheran church. It's very tolerant of me. It's remarkably tolerant. But I've got the schedule of all the St. Cloud Diocese churches and their Mass schedule. I'm good. I'll be able to make it this week and next week. Just, SP was like, yeah, just don't shit all over Protestantism, please, when we go. I'm not. I swear, I'm not going to say a word. In fact, I'll talk to your pastor after the service, and I'll tell him how big of a fan I am of Martin Luther's literary works outside of the Catholic Church and some of his beliefs later in life, and what a big fan I was of both Martin. Dude, that Shia LaBeouf, though, that Shia LaBeouf Martin Luther clip is going to live in my head forever. Victor, if you're hearing this, I still have to put your Lindsey Graham drops in. I was going through my emails yesterday, and I realized I have to do that. But could you please grab me the Shia LaBeouf Martin Luther's in Hell clip? Not all 30 seconds. Here, I'll show you which part I want. But this is like always going to be classic to me. I love this.
About homosexuality. What does it say?
Nah.
That's what it says.
Wait, hold on. Okay, Victor, I want a couple clips out of this. I want this first one.
Well, I know what the Bible says about homosexuality. What does it say? Nah.
There, I want that. Okay, so I want that for a sound drop. And then I want it coming up here, the Martin Luther thing.
Well, I know what the Bible says about homosexuality. What does it say? Nah. That's what it says. Yeah. But wasn't that written a really long time ago? Bro, you
First Romans 26 and 27, Andrew. First Romans 26 and 27.
can do whatever you want with the text. It's not my business. You know what I mean? I'm a traditional Catholic. That's okay. And what's the difference between a traditional Catholic
I really fuck with the Bible, is what he says.
and, let's say, a more progressive Christian? I really fuck with the Bible. You believe in hell and stuff? Yeah. Who do you think's down there? Who's down there? Martin Luther? The man who wrote the Protestant Reformation.
Martin Luther's there. Yeah, he's
He
gone.
had the special haircut.
He's gone. That fool's gone. Well, I know what the Bible.
Fool's gone. Where do we want to start that one?
Who think's down there?
Who's down there?
All right, hold on.
Think's down there?
Yeah.
Who do you think's down there?
Well,
You believe in hell?
Okay, here we go. This is what I want. Victor, this is going to be a long one. Let's start here. Start right here.
You believe in hell and stuff?
yeah.
Who do you think's down there?
Who's down there? Martin Luther.
Oh. Our boy Shot. He's still even Stevens to me, boy. He's still even Stevens to me. All right. Mr. Joka says, so he's on meth. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Mr. Joka says, and crack. We're not, what are we, judging all of a sudden? What are we, getting judgy? Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, what happened to this Twitch listener, East St. Cloud Trailer Trash? I miss her being a part of the show. Well, I mean, from the Twitch days, everybody's got different names now. And honestly, the way Steel Toe goes, the Twitch days were almost 5 years ago? And I think every 2 or 3 years, we cycle through like almost an entirely new audience. We keep a core group of like a few thousand OGs, and then we run off thousands more, and then we bring in thousands more. That's kind of been our thing for over 10 years now, is we piss somebody off, and they get all mad, and they leave. And then a bunch more people come and go, I like this guy. And then we hang on to them for a couple years, and then I piss them off. That's it's my brand, really. Mr. Joka says, does anyone remember when he did that whole "he will not divide us" thing? Yeah, looking back on that, that's funny. Everything anti-Trump now is really funny because Trump's an asshole. So it's really funny to look back at people shitting on him and being like, that's great. I like that. And then didn't like the 4chan guys like wreck it by yelling like Hitler stuff into the microphone. And then Shia LaBeouf turned it into a "he will not divide us" flag, and he just had a camera on the flag. And then 4chan mapped the stars to find out where that flag was, and they went up, scaled the pole, and got the flag. It's psychotic shit, really. Mr. Joka says that, then it evolved into the, okay, so we were thinking the same thing with capture the flag. So I interrupted myself there. No, I don't think we're allowed to shit talk Johnny today. Seeing it, oh shit, and then I just deleted it because we had a username. His username is "I taste my own pre-cum." That's his username. Threw in $100 yesterday and says, Johnny was aces today. Here's some monetary encouragement, your grace. So Johnny started us $100 ahead for today.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
So awesome work by Johnny. We appreciate that $100. I taste my own. That is awesome. Now here's the deal. Yesterday we had this same thing, and it was "I taste my own." He threw in $100, so he started ahead. but we still struggled to the last second to knock it out yesterday. So, dude, let's hammer it out. Look, I don't know if you saw, we're 75 memberships away from 500. That's like the longest we've been away from 500 memberships for a long time. So let's, everybody with a couple of, $2, $3, $4, $5, golden showers, whatever. Let's bang this thing out early. We'll bang it out early with Oz tomorrow. Let's have ourselves some fun the rest of the week, huh? Hit like, hit subscribe. The biggest thing I need you guys to do is that thumbs up, though, and that's free. The biggest thing I need you to do is free. Thumbs up every day you come in here. Just hit, boom, hit that thumbs up. We need you. All right, we got well over 700 yesterday. I think we barely hit 600 yesterday. If we did, we need to encourage that algorithm, especially on Rumble. Please and thank you. All right, Redbird with $1 says, Aaron has this fascinating habit of approximately every 2.5 years saying, life is going great, but it would be way more interesting if I set everything on fire and pissed in the ashes. The man raises a fantastic point. I mean, it's pretty goddamn accurate, if I do say so myself. Veldrain says, Aaron, just email Twitch with free Palestine and also I like penis. That should get you back on Twitch. That would probably do it. I honestly, if I went and told that to Twitch, they would not only would they let me back, they'd probably say, we're really sorry that this happened. This must have been an oversight on our part. Oh man. Look. A lot of stuff to get to today. Coltrane gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Coltrane. Keep that up. 4 more of those in the next couple of minutes, and we have what's called a golden shower in the Rumble chat. Just a little. What was it called? Morning zoo nonsense from your friends here at the Toe. All right, guys. So much to get to today. Somebody sent this in. This was not mine to do. Somebody sent this one in today. And I wanted to check it out real quick because this guy's a lunatic. This Jake Lang. You remember Jake Lang? Jake Lang got arrested for kicking over ice sculptures like a girl. Jake Lang got the living shit beat out of him in Minneapolis because in the middle of the ICE protests, he wanted to go burn a Koran and march to a Somali neighborhood. Great idea, retard. Then he came back to Minneapolis and said, I'm going to have a press conference. And he rode around in the back of a U-Haul holding a cross, dumping ice on the ground, which doesn't seem very Christian, but whatever. He's probably a dispensationalist. He came back to Minneapolis. First of all, where's this guy getting money from? I'll let you answer that. We probably all know what the actual answer is. I don't know where he's getting the money to keep flying into Minneapolis and flying out and getting arrested and paying lawyers and all this. I don't really understand where this guy would get the cash from. But apparently he was in Minneapolis yesterday bounty hunting. I'm not making this up. This is so retarded. He's bounty hunting illegal Somali immigrant, criminal felon Abdullahi Muhammad Omar. $110,000 bond has been jumped, and now this dangerous drug-dealing criminal is on the loose. Honestly, in the words of Bob Kelso,
God-awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
We searched St. Paul's largest homeless encampment. You can't believe the smell, and we're okay. Let's just watch the clip. I mean, this guy. First of all, he looks gay. If he had a nicer haircut and dressed nicer, I'd say for sure he's a homosexual. The only reason I can't for sure say he's gay is because it's like he needs more. In an odd way, he doesn't have enough positives to be gay, which is an odd thing to say. But like, he's dog ugly, and he dresses like a 4th grade retard. So I can't say he's gay. If he improved some things about himself, he'd totally be a homo. But right now, I think he's just kind of an asexual blob, hump a thing. So this is Jake Lang, grifter, Israeli shill, and general all-around shithead fucking around in Minnesota some more.
Guys, we're on the chase right now for some illegals that have jumped bond. I'm with the bail bondsmen, bounty hunters here right now, guys. We are live in Minnesota. Check it out. We are going to catch some Somalis today.
Like, who watches this? What kind of edgelord douchebag watches this and goes, oh, I love Jake Lang. He's so good. He's like good for America. Jake Lang is a patriot. This is retarded. This is pointless.
See this case file for this $110,000 bond. There he is right there. There's Omar. We're going to be...
He kind of looks a little transy. Yeah, I hope both of you, I hope you both get in a shootout together. And, you know.
looking. We have a couple known locations of him today. So here, guys, we're downtown Minneapolis. We're about to walk the train area looking for two defendants. We're here, guys, in St. Paul, the largest homeless encampment. This is a failure of the Democrats. This is a failure of the Democrats. I mean, it is just a bunch of homeless people out in the woods. I'm going to be honest. I would prefer this over the sidewalk shit. Like, you're going to have homeless. They got to be somewhere. And if they're like off in the woods, you know, just ODing on fentanyl, out of sight, out of mind. Look, I'm not a Puritan. I know you're going to have bums. I know in any society you're going to have bums. You might say, oh, Aaron, you just want yours out of sight, out of mind. Yes. That to me, that's a peaceful society. The bums, the dregs, they're off somewhere where they're not around us, not hurting me. Is just a few literal feet, miles from city center.
A few literal feet, miles. You hear that? This kid's a genius, I tell you. I mean, he's the next William F. Buckley, Pat Buchanan. I mean, he's a real conservative thinker. It's a few feet, miles from the city center. Biting commentary from dipshit Jake Lang. You would think if you were going to pay a guy to be your shill, you'd take an IQ test first. Apparently not so with this dipshit.
And it's a stain. Mayor Jacob Frey, Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz.
I thought you said you were in St. Paul. Didn't he say that? Didn't he say he's a few feet, miles from St. Paul's city center? What does Jacob Frey have to do with St. Paul? Again, just a grifting retard who doesn't know where he is or what he's talking about.
Complete failures. And even the homeless population here seems that the Democrats need to get out of power. Because you feel that as an American, though, that you should come first before somebody, from Somali or something like that, especially with all the daycare fraud?
Yes, for sure.
That guy, he's looking at you right now. He thinks you're a dragon. That man thinks you're a dragon. I mean, look, I'm not saying that this guy's wrong about the particular point he's making, but when you're looking for backup, probably not a fent-addicted homeless guy who lives under a tent tarp. What are we proving here? What's the line from John Malkovich and Con Air? The next time you pick a human shield, better not use a 2-bit Negro crackhead. All right, I have like the most base political takes, and to back me up, here's a biracial crank addict.
Walz, Ilhan Omar, and Jacob Frey and the leadership, the Democrat leadership here, have they failed you guys?
Yeah, but all politicians are born and failed.
That's right, dude. All politicians are born and failed. Now, Jake, are you going to give him the meth you promised him? Actually, you're looking a little chunky these days, kid. You might want to keep a little for yourself. You know, a little 1 for him, 2 for you kind of a thing.
We've got some lefties here that are doing the whole Ice Watch thing on us.
You know what's funny is this guy walks around following people, bothering them, talking a bunch of shit, and then 2 hippie-looking, noodle-armed douchebags start following him around. He's like, look at these people that are following me and harassing me. Can you believe this? Yes, I can. You're both, guess what? You're both equally as sad to me.
I know, I'm just trying to get out of it.
Look, those are the guys that agree with Jake Lang. Look, this guy is actually imitating a recently dehooked crappie. These are Jake Lang's allies. These are the guys he was interviewing about America First. Ooh, bonfire. Cool. So there you go. There's Jake Lang visiting the Twin Cities again. Just, you know what? Glad to have him. Glad to have him. Oh, that kid is a douche. I mean, I really can't stand him. Aussie Mark says, is that withdrawals? That's a homeless encampment in Minnesota. That's everything. I mean, he's got a little bit of everything going on, I think. The guy who was crappie flopping on the ground, yeah, that's quite a few different things. Probably a few undiagnosed medical conditions that he most likely desperately needs prescription medication for. And he instead self-medicates with street drugs, which I'm sure is, we definitely shouldn't. You know what I'm starting to see, by the way, speaking of that? I'm starting to see more people on the right before some sort of like base level government healthcare program where like the basics are taken care of. I think America's going to end up going that way because remember, since like the 80s, we've been sold that socialized medicine, it's commie medicine, you don't want that. And then meanwhile, we're like, well, yeah, that does sound shitty. But then we failed to kind of conceive of the fact that the system we have now not only sucks every bit as bad as socialized medicine, but there is a select few people at the top who are getting filthy fucking rich off the thing. I mean, billionaires. I mean, I look, you can say Canada's healthcare system sucks, and you're probably right, it does. The UK's health system sucks, and it's overrun by illegals. You're probably right. But are the Canadians and British shooting the CEOs of their healthcare apparatus over how fed up they are with it? I mean, you can't say that ours is doing too well. We're morbidly obese. We're very, very sick. We're over illegally medicated, probably over legally medicated too. Our solution is Ozempic and pills for everything. So the drug companies make a shitload of money. So, I mean, maybe some kind of government option wouldn't be the worst compared to what we're doing now. One thing I like about Gen Z is they're kind of shedding the yoke of like, I'm a liberal, I'm a conservative. They're kind of all over the place. Like even their based conservatives are like, maybe we should have some kind of government health care. Maybe spending $1 trillion on our military every year. Maybe we could cut that in half and then take $500 billion and give like, and there will be a limit, maybe it's either a catastrophic healthcare fund, or you go the other way and you say everybody gets a free checkup, everybody gets a free blood test, everybody gets, a free like baseline health evaluation every year, so you can maybe get ahead of some of this shit that costs us so much more money over time. I think we could take $500 billion out of the defense budget and do that. Or I'm a communist, one of the two. I'll let you decide. That's the power of the toe. We let you decide here. Silver Wolf with $5 says, I have to go to Duluth tomorrow morning. In order to get where I need to be on time, I have to leave Waite Park at around 3 a.m. How much for you to stream at 3 a.m. to entertain me on my drive up? Wow. How much for me to start at 3 a.m. and go until 10:30? Oh, God. Let's come up with a number. Let's take tomorrow's goal. Let's take tonight's goal. Add that together. Oh, shit. 500. 500. And now here's the deal. Here's the deal I'm going to make with you. For 500, I will skip tonight's evening show. I will get up at 2 o'clock in the morning. I will start the show at 3 in the morning. I will go until 10, not 10:30. And okay, yes, $500. You've got your, because that'll cover today, tonight, and tomorrow morning. And then, yeah, you know what? Yeah, 3 a.m. So to start 3 hours early, $500, done and done. Deal. If not, we'll just stick to our regular schedule. Thank you, buddy. So there's your answer. And thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Veldrain with $1 says, what you're trying to say, Aaron, is Jake Lang would fit right into the cast of The Big Bang Theory. Yeah, he might be too fake and gay. Actually, I'm not really sure. People saying when Jake Lang encountered that homeless guy, leave Gino Bisconti alone. That's funny. Chips and Diff says, tell him $500 and then just play a rerun. I could do that too. You could do that too. Conditioner on my D says, how much to get you off the show now? $500. Yeah, $500. $500. I think, yeah, that's kind of a universal thing. Johnny Mars 2 says 500 coming up. I got to be honest. I thought I set the number high enough that we wouldn't hit it. So if that 500 actually does come up, it's kind of a win-lose. On one hand, I'm like, fuck it. $500 is $500. On the other hand, it's like, I really don't want to do a 7-hour show tomorrow that starts at 3 a.m. Jesus. Well, it's kind of I could go either way on it, to be honest. All right, guys, thank you. Great start today. I appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Fuck you, dude, with $5. And, of course, I don't know if this is like one of those wrestling things where there's going to be a payoff later or not. But the savory bit is, what do the kids say? It's sending me, I think. All right, let's get into some more nonsense. Let's do the Smoothie King thing. I don't know if you've been following Smoothie King. It is great. Oh, before we get to Smoothie King, holy shit, Victor already has our Shia LaBeouf drops. Annoyed Wawa supervisor with a question. He says, Aaron, we are thinking about sponsoring your shorts for this upcoming pro fight, but we need some clarity. Are you planning on having Mark 10 Mark versus 11 and 12 stitched on the back? Thanks in advance. Let's see. Mark 10, 11, and 12. Let's see. Records Jesus' strict teaching on marriage. Whoever divorces his wife and marries another commits adultery against her. 12, and if she divorces her husband and marries another, she commits adultery. Now, in the proper context, allow me to say this. I will say that I looked it up. I technically have never been married. In the eyes of the church, in the eyes of the Catholic God, I have never been married. I can still take communion. I can still get married in the Catholic Church. There does need to be a little bit of an investigation. But I have had nothing but pagan marriages, so technically I'm cool. I'm good. I'm saved. $5 from Do What David Does says, who's this? Ooh, I like this question. He says, who's the starting quarterback for the Vikings this upcoming season? Win-loss record for the Vikings upcoming season. By the way, go New York Jets. All right, so he's a Jets fan. I can't embarrass myself with this answer. Our starting quarterback is going to be J.J. McCarthy with Kyler Murray as the backup. Our win-loss record will be, what were we this year, 9-8? We were over 500 this year. Our win-loss record will be 11-6. McCarthy will take a huge step forward. We're going to make some big moves this offseason. I know people are saying, oh, you're $40 million over the cap. We got a lot of plans. Apparently, Jonathan Grenard's on the trading block, which I understand. He's got a $12, $13 million a year contract, maybe more now. And Dallas Turner is just ready. You can't keep sitting Dallas Turner. He's too talented. You got Gink. You got your two middle linebackers that I think will re-sign. Oh, well, Cashman's already under contract. We'll keep Ivan Pace or draft a new one. I think with all the reworkings we're going to do with different players and different contracts, we're going to have enough money to re-sign people, bring in a couple free agents, and have a good draft. I think the Vikings will go 11-6. I think we'll be in second place in the NFC North. Behind the Bears, actually. I think the Bears are going to win the NFC North, although they just lost their center. Drew Dahlman retired out of nowhere yesterday. That was great news. But I think we'll go 11-6. I think the Bears will win the division, and I think we will make the playoffs next year. And J.J. McCarthy is going to take a huge step forward, and everyone's going to owe him an apology, and I am not going to accept those apologies because you guys have said terrible things about our boy, J.J. McCarthy. $5 from Silverwolf says, 500? Are you insanely reasonable about being up at a completely retarded time? And I'm not paying it because, honestly, I would feel terrible at having you up at that ungodly hour. To quote Don Draper, that's what the money is for. I would have no problem getting up that early to do a show if it means no evening show tonight and it would mean no goals the rest of the week. I'm fine with that, believe me. So I would have no problem doing that show for that price. But again, if I don't get that price, I'm very happy to do the regular schedule. Thank you guys very much. You've been very generous this first half hour of the show. Just remember to keep hitting thumbs up, keep hitting share, keep hitting subscribe. We do appreciate you. All right, moving on. Let's do this Smoothie King thing. So there was a woman, and this was big with the libs of TikTok. That woman, that Chaya Raichik, ought to just quit in just in complete embarrassment. I mean, watching these pro-war right-wingers just debase themselves. They're either pro-war right-wingers, and I should probably save this for the Iran stuff, but it's really, as you start reading about covenant theology versus dispensational theology, these fucking right-wing Christians, quote unquote, that, first of all, I don't believe you can be a Christian and start a war. I don't think you can attack someone first. I don't think you can bomb civilians, kill children in an elementary school first and be a Christian. So I think immediately you're disqualified. But these dispensationalist Christians who believe that there has to be a Rothschild UN declared nation of Israel that belongs to Jews in order for Jesus is like, I'm going to fulfill the prophecies. I'm going to return. We're going to start the book of Revelations, the whole deal. But you know what? The geopolitics of the situation aren't right. I'm gonna hang back and I'm going to wait until the geopolitics are correct. So Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior, he's ready to fulfill the prophecies. He's ready to bring about the book of Revelations. But these dispensationalist retards actually believe that there needs to be these Rothschild banking cartel and the United Nations. But I repeat myself, and they need to create a country called Israel, a geopolitical creation. And it has to have a Star of David on the flag, or Jesus like, I can't go back. I can't go back yet because they need to have it's retarded. So then all these Christians believe this needs to happen. So they're happy to start this war because these psychopaths, all right, Mike Huckabee, any of these guys who are not Catholic, good chance they are dispensational Christians. And they believe there needs to be a physical, political, religious state of Israel in order for Jesus to come back. It is not true. Covenant theology and Catholic theology teaches you that the church is Israel. The Catholic Church is the new Israel. Wherever you go, there we are. These guys are full of shit. Catholics also do not believe in war unless it is to defend yourself. Unless it is absolutely necessary to defend yourself. You do not kill. You do not attack. You do not go to war. Even then, the killing is a sin. So these dispensational Christians, just remember this when you see Huckabee or any of these. So now, the Jewish people, we understand they have dual loyalty to Israel. We understand why they're for the war. But the dispensational Christians that believe in this Iran war, they want this to happen because they want the death. These are blood demons. They want the people to die. They want it to get ugly. They want this to be the Battle of Megiddo, the Battle of Armageddon. They think that they can bring Jesus back by doing all this fighting. These people are suicidal, and they're taking you with them. You need to stand up and repel these people. You need to get them out of there. These people are trying to get you killed. It's not that they're irresponsible. It's not that they're doing the wrong thing. It's not that they're making a mistake. They know what they're doing. This is intentional. They want people to die. These are blood cult maniacs. The Christians, quote unquote Christians, that are getting us involved in this war. God bless Pope Leo for saying no. And also, did you guys hear this? This was like a week or two ago. We missed it. They asked Pope Leo to be on that board of peace for Israel and Gaza. Pope Leo said, nah, son. He just said, this is political. Like, this is not he didn't recognize it as an actual board of peace. He felt it was manipulated. He felt like it wasn't run right. And Pope Leo was not going to put the church's name on the board of peace in Israel and Gaza. So good for him. Good for him. So anyway, it took me a long time to say this. Chaya Raichik at Libs of TikTok, douchebag at the Babylon Bee, Seth Dillon. All of these people should shut their shit down in embarrassment because they're still going, hey, culture war. Hey, Iran is fun. We're going to get Iran. This is awesome. Donald Trump rules. They're just cheering on their own self-interest. They don't have a political philosophy. They don't actually have anything they believe in. These people just want what they want. Who gives a shit about everybody else? So this Chaya Raichik, you notice, she'll go after lefties, but she'll use tactics that we consider SJW tactics. Canceling people, brigading, calling their job, trying to get them fired. She sucks. She's awful. So now she's after this Smoothie King lady. Now, the story here is somebody wanted a smoothie, and this crazy bitch behind the counter wouldn't give her a smoothie because she was a Trump supporter. Then the Smoothie King lady started getting because of Chaya Raichik, started getting all kinds of harassment online. So she started a GoFundMe because that's the new thing you do now. Thank you, Shiloh Hendricks, or whatever her name was. Which, by the way, is still funny to me that a woman called a little kid the N-word and became a millionaire. How'd you become a millionaire, Shiloh Hendricks? Oh, just by calling people the N-word? Oh, cool. How'd you become a millionaire, Kendrick Lamar? Same way, really, if you think about it. So she gets fired from her job at Smoothie King, and now she's trying to raise some money. Chaya Raichik decided that between, arguing in favor of murdering Palestinian and Iranian children, that she would try to get some smoothie chick fired. Here you go.
Right, which is discrimination.
Yeah, we're at Smoothie King, and they're discriminating and saying we cannot get service because Jake has a Trump service on.
Okay,
so
you said you were going to leave, so please just have a great day and leave so we can continue what we're doing.
We were just wanting a smoothie, and you literally looked at us, and I asked you if everything was okay. You said we don't feel comfortable serving you because of my husband's hoodie. That is discrimination.
Okay, well, have a great day.
That is illegal.
By the way, let me help Chaya Raichik, and let me help people like this. If you want the world you want, you're going to have to put up with this. Now, first of all, if this chick doesn't own the smoothie place, she can fuck right off. You have no say. You serve the people who want the smoothie. But if you're the owner and you say, I don't agree. Let's say this person thinks Donald Trump is a war criminal. I know that's crazy, right? Or let's say that she feels that Donald Trump has protected an international cabal of blackmailing pedophiles, which would be an insane thing to say, right? Let's say she believed that, and she said, I don't want to serve you a smoothie. I would feel terrible and guilty. You can tell all your friends that this smoothie shop is discriminatory. You can tell them we're garbage. You can encourage them not to come here. That's fine. But I feel that this guy protects pedos and bombs children. I don't feel comfortable serving you if you support that. Now, the argument on the right has always been, and I agree with it, you can refuse service to anyone you want. So, like the cake thing, the bakery is a great example of this. Hey, I would like a cake for my wedding. My husband and I want to do husband, I don't feel comfortable making a cake for a gay wedding. Well, that's discriminatory, and that's all. You're absolutely right. You are 100% right, and I hope your wedding goes great, but I cannot be a part of it. I have to object on moral grounds. If you want to say religious grounds, I don't believe in it. It's my faith. Okay, cool. If you have a smoothie stand and you go, I feel that the war that Donald Trump has waged is against my religion. I don't believe in it. It offends me deeply. I'm not going to be serving you a smoothie. That's the same thing as the gay wedding cake. So you can't all of a sudden go lefty, liberal, cancel culture on somebody and then also say, hey, stop bothering that guy who doesn't want to make the cake. Again, this goes back to the South Park principle. Either it's all okay or none of it's okay. I'm tired of watching all of these. I'm tired of watching shit that I actually believe in get hypocrisized by people who grandstand and make money on it and don't. Like Chaya Raichik, like Seth Dillon. By the way, Seth Dillon and Chaya Raichik were both silent on the Epstein files. Fuck them both.
That has nothing to do with us wanting a smoothie.
Okay, but that's what you support. That's what you love.
You don't, but you don't own this. You don't own Smoothie King.
Now, there's the point that I agree with. Are you the owner? Shush. All right? You're a foot soldier. Okay? If the owner comes out and says, I don't want to, that's different. This chick needs to, stop thinking who the fuck she is.
You're gonna no longer have your job.
Literally. Like, I'm confused. Is this a joke?
Good luck maintaining your employment.
I don't care.
When your company is charged, yeah, you will.
So literally, Jake.
I will say this, like threatening someone who works at the Smoothie King with their job. You know, it's like threatening to kill someone who's got 36 hours to live with, liver cancer or something. It's like, do me a favor, kid.
Wearing his hoodie, they would not serve us because Jake's wearing a Trump hoodie. Talking about discrimination. It is embarrassing. No, what's embarrassing is that we're American citizens and I wanted...
No, stop there. I agree. What's embarrassing is that all of you are Americans and this is how you're choosing to use your time. Sunshine is probably out. It's a nice day. You could go for a walk. But we're going to sit here and argue. The smoothie retard is going to argue with the Trump retard about who's wrong. You're both wasting a beautiful day.
To get a smoothie.
Because my manager here, she said the same thing to you. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying to you, okay?
But hey, you know that's a crime, right?
It's not.
Discrimination
We
is a
have
crime.
the right to refuse service here, and that's what we
Not
did.
due to political views, though. Not due to political views.
Oh, wait a minute. Did the righty just own himself? Guess what? Then bake the cake, fascist. Is that your argument? Again, these are the kind of people that Chayarachik attracts. These are the kind of people that the Babylon Bee attracts, people who have no idea of intellectual consistency whatsoever. I mean, make me a smoothie. It's illegal to discriminate based on my political beliefs. It's not. The government can't do that. You're right. But that private business can. In fact, hasn't that been the conservative argument for decades now? Private business. You don't like it? Go to the next place. Tell your friends that this place sucks. That's totally fine. But, I mean, your argument is bake the cake, you homophobe.
She said that she was uncomfortable, right or wrong? You asked the question, she answered. Have a great day. Have a great day. The door is right there. Have a great day.
How embarrassing.
Have a great day.
God,
Wow.
Discrimination.
Yeah, I am.
This country would be so much better off and we could get so much done and we would be so much happier and we get along so much better if we could just admit that most of the people in arguments like this are all retards. And there are two sides. There's the side that thinks everybody in this clip sucks. And there's the side that says, I'm going to take a side on this clip. Don't take sides. All of these people are awful. It's totally fine that you think all of these people are awful. In fact, I encourage you to feel that way about people who do shit like this. 100%. So they started a GoFundMe for that woman, for the woman at the Smoothie King. I don't know how it did, but yesterday she was fired from her job. And yes, I do think she should be fired from her job. You're not the owner. Silverwolf with $1 says, well, Aaron, if he doesn't have a geopolitical landing strip, how will Jesus know where to land? Yeah, exactly. Oh, if man doesn't create some country and just stamp it Israel, what if we named Ohio Israel? Would that matter? Dispensationalism is fucking stupid. It's dumb. Let's rename Florida Israel. Well, actually, that's a little on the nose. You basically could at this point. But let's just call it insanity. Insanity. All right, let's continue on here. $1 from Silverwolf again. Oh, I hate it when Rumble does the repeater. There we go. Now we're caught up. Brian says now she qualifies for unemployment. Right. Wooduse says he should have left and the woman should have ordered 25 smoothies and then walked out. Don't you have to pay for them then? Yeah, you'll be fine, says it right. They're all cringe. They're all cringe. Go to DQ, grab a Blizzard. Your ass is going to shake for a week no matter what you eat. We're old, and it's all bad for us. Bong Time says, what is embarrassing is that she has a TikTok account. Yeah, I mean, if you're like approaching 40 or over 40 and you have a TikTok account that you post on, Bong Time says they have an East Palestine in Ohio. Oh, that close. That close. Conditioner on my D says there's a third take. The Trump people are correct, but there's no point in arguing with a I think he means slave. Find the owner's name and reach out to them and let them know what's going on. Here's my problem, Conditioner on my D. Hear me out. Then bake the cake then. I don't think you can have one without the other. Should the bakery have to bake the gay wedding cake? If your answer is yes, then that's totally fine. I'm not trying to trick you at all. Then you're consistent at least, and I respect that. Bake the cake. You started a bakery. Fucking serve people who want to be served. But the smoothie thing, I mean, you can find Trump as morally reprehensible as people find gay marriage. Conditioner on my D says phones and access to social media has ruined the world. These idiots think people care about their opinions. Well, it doesn't help that Chaya Raichik, signal boosts it to everyone, because then guess what? People do start caring about it. This became a big story. I agree with you 100% that if we just killed social media and we just murdered it and didn't let you could use the internet, you could look stuff up, you just can't talk to people. I think we would be in a much better world, because I think one thing, Reddit, Twitter, social media, YouTube, all of this stuff in general, I think what it's shown us is a couple of things. One, Tommy Lee Jones was right in Men in Black. A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, stupid animals. And then also that a lot of people were supposed to stay secluded. There's a lot of people in the world who are supposed to stay in their basement and not be around people and not talk to people, because once they get around people or they start talking to people online, you figure out, oh, this person isn't okay. And then those people form little like enclaves and communities on the internet, and they all start this feedback loop where hey, we're all fine, right? Everyone else is nuts. And like everyone on the outside is going, no, you're all fucking insane. Reality doesn't exist in the community you've built. And then they go, no, those people are all insane. We're fine. And we call that the Dabbleverse. Sorry. It's just, I did that for two reasons. One, because it's funny. And two, it is true. It is like a black hole of logic and reason where everything bends and becomes it creates bizarro world. Brian says it's also how furries were formed. Yes, that is how furries were formed. He's actually factually 1,000% correct on that. He has nailed that. Let's see. We've got Golden Herpes is mad at me about the Israel stuff. He says, I don't know what MFE means, but Aaron realizes that Jebus was manufactured in the Torah to appease the Gentiles. Is that what it is? So Jesus, like, my savior is fake and the Jews have it all right? That doesn't sound like Cope at all. I just want to let you know, that doesn't sound like a Cope at all. I'm sorry that our religion is correct and it overtook you guys. And I mean, look, I'm going to tell you guys have had a rough go of it the last couple thousand years, but like, murder Earth's savior, and that's kind of what happens to you. Sorry. All right, let's get into this primary stuff. Holy shit. I got to be honest. I forgot that primaries were even going on yesterday. And then all of a sudden we get back, SP and I get back from the choir concert, and I'm going on Twitter just to see what I missed. And it's just a litany of primary news, and like some pretty big ones. I mean, there was some big shifts. One of them for sure I know you guys are going to like. Let's do these backwards, though. I want to start with this one. This one makes me very happy. Old Warhawk Crenshaw is out. He's gone. He's done. Dan Crenshaw lost his Republican primary challenge in Texas yesterday. Representative Steve Toth is the only GOP House member running for re-election in Texas who didn't have Trump's endorsement. That's huge. So this Steve Toth did not have Trump's endorsement. And the people of this district in Texas said, we want him. We want the guy not endorsed by Trump. That does not spell good things for the midterms. He unseated Crenshaw after a race that centered on which candidate more closely aligned with President Trump. Now, Crenshaw is the ultimate Warhawk, Trump butt boy. Anybody Trump bombs is awesome. He's the one who years ago made that really cringy Avengers campaign commercial. It's really bad. And I bet you it aged terribly, too, if we go back and look at it. But this Toth guy is more of like a principled dude. Ugly as a mud fence. I mean, take a look at him. But thank God these things aren't run as beauty pageants. Not that Cyclops would have done very well. But Crenshaw was in his 4th term, and he's backed aid for Ukraine. He's denied that the 2020 election was stolen, and he solidly supports this war in Iran. And I don't remember Dan Crenshaw raising too much fuss about the Epstein files either. So this Steve Toth is a guy that Trump doesn't like. Steve Toth has a lot of critical things to say about Trump, and Trump endorsed Crenshaw, and Crenshaw got beat. I think that says something. I think that's really, really interesting. I hate Dan Crenshaw. He's awful. So I don't know if this Steve Toth guy is any good. I'm not like balls deep in Texas politics, but the fact that Crenshaw is out, I'm happy with it. Now, I think some of you are going to be most happy about this next one. Guess who lost their primary for a Senate seat? And by the way, I don't know if Jasmine Crockett gets to run for her House seat now. I just want to make sure I have this right here. So she lost her primary to be the Democratic candidate for this Senate seat in Texas. The Republicans don't know who they're going to have yet. Nobody got over 50%. They're going to have a runoff. But can Jasmine Crockett, because sometimes these people vacate their House seats. So I guess if she runs for the primary for the Senate seat, she can't stay in her congressional seat. The Democrats have to have a primary, right? Can Jasmine Crockett run for re-election still? Jasmine Crockett lost the Democratic primary for Senate. Has defeated Congressman. I know he'll run a stellar campaign, blah, blah, blah. See, I just want to know if she can run again. They're saying old seat. Here we go. This is
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has represented U.S. House District 30 for a few years now, since 2023. But now that she's running for the U.S. Senate, the race for District 30 is wide open.
Okay, so she's done. She had to vacate that seat to run for Senate. So, guys, you got Cyclops is gone, and now Jasmine Crockett is gone. She lost to this Tallarico guy. And I think Tallarico kind of got signal boosted by this idea that people thought he was dangerous and he's banned and he's not allowed to be on TV. And he kind of ran as like the outsider guy. Really, all that happened was he did an interview with Colbert, and CBS wasn't allowed to run the interview because they didn't offer Jasmine Crockett equal time, and that's part of the law. So CBS was like, dude, you can't run this as a political interview. So then Tallarico's campaign brilliantly did this thing where they went, oh my God, our guy's being censored. He's being shut out by the media. And that kind of propelled him forward. I mean, this guy had white Democrats sobbing because they were sad that they were voting for a white guy over a black guy. I mean, the white guilt in this race was remarkable. But Jasmine Crockett, our honey pie, our sweetie bunch, we love her. Jasmine Crockett was defiant. Remember when Donald Trump lost in 2020 and he said there's all kinds of problems. There's mail-in voting. We don't like it. We think that this thing was stolen. And Democrats said that he was committing treason and he's a bad guy and he's trying to undermine our elections and not the sanctity of our elections, but he was trying to ruin it. Let's see. So I'm assuming that Jasmine Crockett took her L like a champ and congratulated James Tallarico and said, they obviously don't like me as much. He's the winner. I guarantee that's what she had to say.
So that's my news, is that we're not going to have election results tonight, in my opinion, based upon what specifically is taking place in Dallas County. Unfortunately, this is what Republicans like to do.
What Republic? It's a Democratic primary, unless Texas has open primaries and Republicans were going in there voting for Tallarico, which I think is great. I think Democrats should do this. I think Republicans should do this. I think people should. I think all these parties should fuck with each other 100%. If you have an open primary, go in there and vote in it. You're not breaking any rules.
And so they specifically targeted Dallas County And I think we all know why. So,
The blacks.
I want you to enjoy yourselves, but I won't be back tonight because I have no idea of when we're going to get results, and I fully anticipate it won't be until tomorrow.
Guess what? A few minutes later after that, they called it for James Tallarico, and he was the winner of the primary. So she thinks that Republicans rigged the election in areas with high black populations. So she didn't lose. The Republicans stole the Democratic primary from her because they were worried that, she's so dangerous, she might beat them. I don't know about you guys, but that sounds like you're denying legal election results. Again, one man's opinion, but that would definitely sound like you are denying the sanctity of our elections. I don't understand it. Main Vein with $1 says, ding dong, the hood rat is gone. Suffer, Aaron. I know, I'm losing one of my gals. And we're not going to get to see that Nancy Mace. I keep wanting to call her Tiffany Henyard. Jasmine Crockett hair pulling match that I wanted, where they rip their pull a weave out. That's what I want. Girls go wild and pull your D's out. That's what I wanted in Congress. And now the odds of that happening are very low. We're going to have to go back to leaning on white trash Lauren Boebert to get our ghetto moments out of the House of Representatives. So we've lost Jasmine Crockett and Marjorie Taylor Greene all within like 6 months. God, the House is going to be less trailer parky. And I don't know if I like it. But Crenshaw's gone, and that's awesome. You know who's not gone yet? This is going to amaze you. So consider this. Dan Crenshaw, Warhawk, globalist, shill, shithead. He's out. Republicans threw him out. Jasmine Crockett, rabble-rousing, far lefty. Actually, I don't even know if she's that far left, but like rabble-rouser, noisemaker. She's out for a Senate race. Brandon Herrera, who is running against Tony Gonzalez. Tony Gonzalez, the United States representative, who was fucking one of his staffers, ruined her marriage. She sets herself on fire and dies. Her husband releases text messages pertaining to the affair between the congressman and his ex-wife. The husband runs off with the wife's best friend as kind of a fuck you. Gonzalez is embroiled in this controversy, and I'm telling you guys, of Crockett, Crenshaw, and Gonzalez, Gonzalez is, as they say in the Spanish language, the ultimo hombre. Tony Gonzalez is still standing. He is the last man standing. Tony Gonzalez did not lose his seat last night. You can see it right here. Brandon Herrera and incumbent Tony Gonzalez will head to a runoff in Texas' 23rd district after both candidates failed to reach the 50% threshold. Herrera currently leads Gonzalez by under 1,000 votes with 88% of the votes in. So Brandon Herrera, who's this pro-Second Amendment, pro-gun Texas guy, yeehaw cowboy, wants the Epstein files out, doesn't like Israel. Tony Gonzalez, total globalist shill, total Zionist, the whole 9 yards, fucked his staffer, she's dead, broke up a marriage. He's still kicking. He's still alive. And by the way, has beaten Herrera once, could beat Herrera again in the runoff. Of all the people that survived Primary Tuesday, of all the people who died on Primary Tuesday, Tony Gonzalez still in the game. Unbelievable. I mean, to see, like, you got to respect the guy's like, as much of a douche as he is, his survivability is incredible. Sam Show says, I really hope Herrera loses. He's still a YouTuber and doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Bro wants to run the ATF instead of get rid of it. Well, that's a strike against him. Brian says, isn't that the AK-47 guy? AK-50 guy, I think is what people like to call him. But yeah, I mean, you want to know how hard it is to get rid of Congress people. Fucking Andrade El Idolo, Brandon Herrera there, couldn't take down Tony Gonzalez. I have a conspiracy theory that a lot of people in Texas just don't pay attention to politics. and that they think it's the former tight end Tony Gonzalez, and they just think it's really rad to be able to vote for him. That might be it. Otherwise, it means that the electorate doesn't give a shit that this guy was fucking his staffer quite literally to death. Texas is a wild, wild place, man. All right, thank you guys very much for that wonderful first hour. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button. Pump it up. Look of the Bind says, no more fake ghetto speeches. Damn. Yeah, I'm going to miss her. I really am. I'm gonna miss Jasmine Crockett. You guys might not appreciate that. You might not like that. I'm gonna miss Jasmine Crockett. She brought a certain flair to the proceedings. All right, let's bring him in. The man who made us $100 last night without even being here. Johnny, welcome him to the show. How are you, buddy?
Good morning. How I made you $100? Is this real, or are you just pulling my?
No. I taste my own pre-cum. That's his name. Gave us $100 and says Johnny was aces today, meaning on yesterday's show.
Yeah. All right. Well, very glad to help. Thank you very much. I taste my own pre-cum.
At least we both incriminated ourselves. So here's the deal. Yesterday we had the same start, right? It took us all show to get to zero. I don't want that again. I can't live like that. So let's not take all day to get us down to zero. Let's bang it out. Let's call it a win for the toe. Also, memberships on Rumble, 74 away from 500. That's a long ways. So let's go ahead and gift those up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much. We're only an hour in, and we're already almost at 600, so keep going. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. YouTube, you're way down, so we got a lot of room to grow there, which is solid. So YouTube, keep smashing the like. Rumble, you're climbing nicely. Just continue climbing, continue altitude climb, and we'll see you at about 450 this morning. YouTube, you got about 75 or so to go. So let's hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Call it a win for the toe. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says Brandon Herrera has said as ATF director, he'd basically piecemeal out and dismantle the ATF. You know, one way to not get hired in a federal government position is say you're going to kill.
You're gonna you're going to tear it apart.
I would love it if he did that. I think that would be great. I just don't know if he's going to get the job campaigning for it that way. Hey, I want to be CEO of McDonald's. What are you going to do when you get there? I'm going to fuck the whole thing up. Yeah, no, that we got a lot of money riding on this. I don't think we're going to do that.
Strip it for parts and sell it for cash.
That's
How much
right.
copper does it have?
We're going to hedge fund the shit out of this thing, all right? We're going to break it down. Yeah, so, well, like Linda McMahon, remember Trump said, we're going to get rid of the Department of Education. How's that working out?
Yeah, it's going fabulous.
How's the Department of Education working out?
Kind of the same way the Doge thing is.
Wait. Educate me. What's Doge?
Oh, they had this big plan to cut a lot of like wasteful government spending.
Oh, I like that.
And they took a department of government efficiency or whatever, and they kind of rounded it up and put it to task doing
I
that.
like
They
that.
got a whole list of areas.
How
where
big
we
was the list?
send
Like about
money that we don't
how
need to.
much money was the list? How much money did they run up on the list?
I don't know. Like I thought, like a couple $1 trillion.
Wow, that's really good. Okay, so that's great. So they cut $2 trillion in spending?
Oh no, they didn't cut any of it. They just pointed out where it was, and then Congress unilaterally agreed not to stop any of that spending.
Yeah, but the president, I mean, a year ago, he had a lot of sway, and he has a Republican House and a Republican Senate.
Oh, no. There's a bunch of Supreme Court justices that said that the president can't unilaterally cut spending in these areas.
I understand that.
Look,
I totally get it. I'm with you. You're doing a great job of explaining this. That's why I understand it so well. But I figured the president could just present those $2 trillion in cuts to Congress, and they would pass it the normal way, and he would sign it because they're all Republicans.
Nope. It turns out not a single one of them backed it. Nobody agreed on any of these cuts.
But I mean, there was that really big bill he had. He called it like a big, beautiful bill. He probably put some of those cuts in there, right?
No. In fact, you'd be amazed at where we increased spending.
Time out. So he created a thing to cut $2 trillion in spending,
Yeah.
And then when it was time to put that all into a bill, he increased spending.
Yeah.
That
isn't what he said he'd do, right?
I'm going to be
It's
honest.
weird.
That kind of sounds like he just lied and snow jobbed everybody.
Right? It certainly feels that way for me.
So wait a minute. You're telling me that he had this thing called Doge, and that was a government program. So that means that he was paying the people who worked on Doge. They were taking home a paycheck as federal employees, right?
Yep.
So Doge was costing money to run.
Yes.
But we did not use any of the cuts in Doge.
Not a one.
You're telling me that the government department we created to cut spending actually put us further in the red.
Well, in truth, it wasn't created that. It just got used. It was already in existence. It had been created, like, I think under Obama. But it got, like, turned into this. We threw Elon Musk in charge of it. He hired an internet dude called Big Balls. Like,
there was Big Balls.
Yeah.
Oh. Great. I'm starting to think that maybe the lefties were right and this guy really is just a giant lying huckster. That's you know what the grossest part about the Iran thing is like dancing around not trying to agree with lefties for the last 8 years. You know, trying not to have to admit to them that, like, when they said, you guys are voting for Trump, you're getting lied to. He's a con man and this and that. You're like, oh, cry harder, you fucking libtards, blah, blah, blah. And now all of a sudden this Iran thing happens and the Epstein stuff happens. And we're all sitting here going, this guy's a con man and a liar and he's covering up for criminal. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Well, to be fair, the last 4 years, that guy was doing some pretty hinky shit, but the person that they promised on their side was also going to, which would you rather have, a world you don't want to live in or vote for hope and find out you got lied to?
Well, I should have learned, though, in 2008 when I voted for Obama. You know? I voted for the retard Gary Johnson in 2012 because Obama let me down so much. Jesus. Starting to think now. I think I've only voted for a Republican president twice, and it was both Trump administrations. Or 2016 and 2024. I didn't vote for him in 20. I didn't vote for Biden, though. I voted Libertarian as many times as I voted Republican. And I voted Democrat.
Not gone as well for them.
None of it. You know what I'm starting to think? and I'm guessing this means I'm about to turn 40 years old. I'm starting to think that maybe this whole voting thing is a bunch of bullshit.
Like you're going to get pretty much the same outcome no matter what? Like there's subtle differences?
Yeah.
Like I said, it's like we've got a predetermined destination. Someone changed the analogy to slalom. I used to say the road, but yeah, no, the slalom thing. We're slaloming down a hill. Just go to the left, go to the right. Either way, we're going to end up at the same destination. We're just switching sides of the track from time to time, trying to dodge obstacles.
You know what I love? I was checking out the chat just before we went to our next thing. We got a couple of super chats I want to get to, but I'm checking out the free chat here. And you know what I love about Sam's show? Is that he is like, we still do a morning comedy news show. And so we throw in the sarcasm. We'll do bits like this from time to time. Sam's show has had it, and he has no fucking sense of humor left. And so every time we do stuff like this, he just starts shitting on me hard. Like, he's just like, Sam's show has so had it. He's like, guys, I can't joke about this anymore. I'm just fucking done, and I'm cranky, and I hate everyone, and this sucks. We ought to leave this world behind. Sam show writes, you figured that out at 40, stupid ass. Like, he just has no sense of humor left for any of this shit. And I'm not shitting on Sam's show. I kind of respect it.
Well, you know, it doesn't look bright for the future ahead. So if you're a younger person, it probably is like really like, I kind of feel like we came into a really shitty situation and you guys in front of us were part of the problem. So congratulations.
Matt C. I apparently I mispronounced Matt's name yesterday. I called him like Matt C. Yeah. I'm trying to get it right today. Thank you for the $5. Matt C. says, can you not pronounce it Matt C while playing Erica? Thanks. You got it, buddy. Matt C. I've got it.
C.
Trailer Trash Libertarian with $5 says, when are we going to have a serious talk about Johnny's life? When is he actually going to get his life together? You know what? God damn it, Trailer Trash Libertarian, right now. We're going to have this conversation right goddamn now. Johnny, when are you going to get your fucking life together, you piece of shit?
I'm in the process of that. Like,
okay.
I'm I've applied for jobs. I've spoken to like assistance people. We're trying to find a place for me to move into that I can afford that is handicap friendly. What's these things don't happen quickly. There's waiting lists.
See, now I'm confused because I don't know where I'm supposed to take the conversation about your life now. I mean, I was told for $5 to do it, and I want to try.
I appreciate his concern. He has a very valid point. Like this whole thing was supposed to have happened a lot faster, and it really didn't, and it's disappointed a lot of people, including myself. I've procrastinated in like getting workers and things and like assistance and asking for help in ways, partially just because I don't want to move away from my daughter. But yeah,
there's an opening at a Smoothie King.
What?
There's an opening at a Smoothie King. They just fired somebody for refusing service.
But like that's the thing. Like I don't think they'll hire a guy in a wheelchair. Like you can't really do like I can't work at McDonald's, you know, like and like people are like, oh, go be a Walmart greeter. Well, there's a problem. One,
you could be a
lot of people
greeter.
Fill that job. Like
That's true.
it's like there's a line there too. You think I'm the only person in a wheelchair that thought, hey, and they like to take old people. They like make people feel like that someone walks in and it's like, oh, there's grandpa, like it's a family vibe. They're not gonna like a dude who's like a gamer and just
don't be a gamer.
Scruffy.
Fake it.
Fake what?
Be a cooler guy. Dress like Karmic.
You seen me?
Dude, seriously. Just like totally reinvent yourself as like a Karmic-like figure and have him be like, I want you to be at the Walmart. You're a stupid bitch.
Yeah, I don't.
You're a piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't think that'll work well for.
Put on the jacket. You can't do it. Go watch one episode of Karmic. Okay, don't. Go watch like 3 minutes of Karmic. And then wear his jacket.
No.
Wear his glasses.
No.
And then just when people go, welcome to Walmart, piece of shit.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I wouldn't have a job then.
Yeah,
I feel like they'd fire me pretty quick on that one.
I guess don't be like Karmic. I tried. Someone gave us $5. I wanted to give it a shot. By the way,
worth it.
When I see it pop up, because he gets featured on YouTube a lot, which is wild to me, I'll click on his, or like if I'm on Twitter and I see that he's on, I'll click on it to watch it for a little bit. I don't know why I keep doing it because it's the same live stream every time. He's yelling at somebody over some mild thing, and he always starts shaking and vibrating. Like, remember when there would be like something wrong with your car and you get up to 70 and it starts rattling like crazy?
Mm-hmm.
That's Karmic. When he gets upset and starts yelling at people, he starts like vibrate. He goes on like, okay, like Gordy's a Chihuahua. He shakes. He just vibrates sometimes. He gets set to vibrate mode. Karmic gets set to vibrate mode, and he just starts, you're a stupid piece of shit. And it's just like, why are you yelling at that man? He said that he didn't like your show today.
I gotta think it's some sort of like catharsis that lets him just get all of his other stress outs. Like when the show is done, like
maybe
ain't no trouble in his world.
Maybe, but no, be like Karmic. You'll be fine.
No, I don't want to.
Veldrain with $1 says, good thing you didn't vote for a pro-Israel, pro-Ukraine, pro-war, pro-spending, pro-war, beholden to his donors type of president. Oh, wait. Yeah,
Yep. He's got the point. Yeah.
Thank God I didn't vote for another pedophile enable. Oh. By the way, I was watching the documentary last night. I haven't watched. It's been out for like 3-4 years. I didn't watch it. The Ghislaine Maxwell documentary on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching that and I'm just getting mad. I'm just like, these people making this fucking Netflix documentary know it all. And our administration is sitting here going, there was no sex trafficking ring. What are you talking about? There was no. And then the files came out, the stuff that the documentary people didn't know. And they're like, Democratic hoax. There's absolutely no. Like all of these people. I always struggle with this because we're on YouTube. If it was a Rumble only show, I could say, but like, I've always said there's no jail cell that will hold these people. We just need to have a cleaning.
Unfortunately, you can't go just solve the problems with a gun.
We do need Mark Wahlberg. We need a Bob Lee Swagger type of situation with these people.
But yeah, it's the shooter line, like
right?
It's even though sometimes that's exactly what's needed.
Exactly.
It's, like, it's not
exactly. But yeah, I'm watching this, and I'll give the Netflix documentary credit. They got as close to saying Robert Maxwell was clearly an Israeli Mossad agent as you can on Netflix without saying he was an Israeli Mossad agent, because they go, her father, Robert Maxwell, well, he just had connections to the royal family, and he had connections to all these world leaders. And Ghislaine Maxwell grew up knowing the royal family and knowing all of these world leaders. And nobody could figure out why Robert Maxwell had these connections or how he got them. And I'm like, guys, come on. Like, you're saying it. I can see you saying it, but you don't want to say it because then Netflix won't play your documentary. But I'll give them credit. They went as close to the line as they could. It's worth a check. Dan Vicious with $5 says to Johnny to help him get back on his feet. I like that.
Well, thank you, Dan.
I like that.
I appreciate that.
$1 from Coltrane says Congress should force a standing filibuster for everything they want to pass. We do not require 60 votes to pass stuff in the Senate. We can do it with 51 if they force them to do a standing filibuster. Now, a standing filibuster is where you actually have to get up there and read the cookbook and the phone book and shit. Because
I feel like the filibuster thing is a whole pile of bullshit. Like, I don't like this and I don't want to vote for it, so I'm literally just like hanging up the process. Like, no, vote for it whether you're for or against it. That's like the whole point of this thing, is that we decide it, we get it done. I'd like to object because I don't like how this is going to turn out.
Well, the way we have to do it now is they just say we're filibustering.
Yeah, they're old and lazy. Half of them can't stand.
You just have to say, oh, by the way, hey, we're filibustering. You're like, oh, you're going to get up and speak? No, we're filibustering. That is bullshit.
We're going to go out and
that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. By the way, Karmic X, tell me if you see it. Karmic X, when he starts yelling like that, Tony Clifton.
I'll have to give
little bit. You're all a piece of shit. That's what you are in this world. Bunch of goddamn piece of shit in this world. That's what it is. It's like he just asked you what your jacket was made of. Calm the fuck down. I like him, though. He's an entertainer. Veldrain with $2 says Karmic as a Walmart greeter. Well, yeah.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
I don't understand. I've never seen a guy wear sunglasses, yet I can still see his eyes bulging. Like, watch that clip again. You cannot see his eyes, but you can somehow see them bulging.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck. I think it's because his eyebrows go up so much.
It could be he's talking with his eyebrows. Minneapolis Hawk says, play a clip of Karmic and Tony Clifton. All right. We can go Tony Clifton on the green room with Paul Provenza. I think that would probably be the easiest one. Tony Clifton tells a hilarious joke. Here we go.
Is everyone having a good time so far? Yeah, we're all having a good time just sitting here on the old floor, right? Right. Yep. Okay. And right now, this next guest of mine on this show tonight is a very special guest. He is sort of.
All right. Now, this is fantastic because if you don't know the story of Tony Clifton, it was, there's Johnny. It was usually an alter ego played by Andy Kaufman. And from time to time, Andy would show up in the same place as Tony Clifton and they'd be on the same stage to fuck with people. And when that was the case, it was his writing partner, Bob Zamuda, who would play Tony Clifton. That's why Tony Clifton will still make appearances from time to time to this day. It's Bob Zamuda, Andy Kaufman's writing buddy, comedy buddy. Yeah.
How you doing? All right.
He's got to get yelling, not like this. This isn't Karmic yet.
Nice to see everybody out here. Everybody feeling good? All right. You know, I just came back from the east. Let me tell you something. It was so cold there.
How cold was it?
I don't ask you. I didn't ask you.
Nope. I need the man on the moon clip. This one's not going to work. We need Paul Giamatti doing it. Or oh no, this is Jim Carrey doing Tony Clifton. That's what I meant. Here we go. Thought there was more gravel in Tony Clifton. There's not. Karmic, I apologize for comparing.
Karmic's his own being.
I apologize for comparing Karmic to the great Tony Clifton. He doesn't have the chops.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
No, he's way angrier than Tony Clifton. He is way more out there than Tony Clifton. I apologize. You know, I'm smart enough to see, you know, I'm not going to stick with a dying analogy. You know, I'm smart enough to see when I'm beaten and I need to move past it.
I'm just glad I didn't just like yes and it for you because I didn't see it. So I'm just like, I don't know. And then we went in there. I feel safe in what I say.
I still say that you should dress like Karmic and be a Walmart greeter, though. I still think it would be good.
No.
Take one more look. Here. Take one good look at the dress again.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck! Yep, nope.
You can't do it?
No, it's just that's copying someone else's style. I'd feel the same
You
way
guys
if someone
do, but you
copied
guys,
the
but
kind of
nobody,
stuff that I
but
wear.
nobody
I'd be like,
knows
well,
who
then
he
quit.
is. So technically, you could make it your style because nobody knows who he is.
It doesn't matter. I'll know, and I don't want to. Different people have different tastes. I don't have anything against this jacket, but I don't want to wear it.
All right, fine. I just wanted to see his style go mainstream. That's all. All right,
because that's what I'll do.
Let's continue on here. So that $5 went a long way. That guy wanted me to fix your life, or no?
And we've done that, now.
and now we've figured it out. The original title of today's show was Burger Wars. Until all hell broke loose and Jasmine Crockett and Dan Crenshaw and all these guys were kicked out. Because apparently we're having the nerdiest, like gayest shit-talking fest in American pop culture history between the quasi sort of looks like a serial killer vibes McDonald's CEO. And now I guess the Burger King CEO has decided to come out of his trailer park and take some shots at McDonald's. I feel like the proliferation of burger places, you know, with like Five Guys and In-N-Out and all these different places, I feel like it's hurt like the Burger Kings of the world more than the McDonald's of the world.
Probably.
Because McDonald's is still Coca-Cola. McDonald's is still like people just go to McDonald's almost instinctively. But Burger King kind of gets hurt by the whole thing. Burger King now, like the difference to me in Burger King and McDonald's has gotten like bigger over the years, where if you ever drive by a Burger King, it just kind of looks run down and beat up. And you drive by a McDonald's and you're like, wow, they really still are trying to shove this poison down people's throats in a really exciting, lively, vibrant sales pitch kind of a way.
Mm-hmm.
You go to a McDonald's, you feel higher class than a Burger King, even though you're still clogging your arteries with grease and shit. So
for some reason, I always clutch my wallet when I order at Burger King.
Exactly. Like at Popeyes, I put mine in my front pocket, to be honest with you. So the Burger King CEO saw the McDonald's CEO's big arch tasting, right? Well, you saw that.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I love this product. This product is a good product. You're going to enjoy this product. It's fantastic. And then he shows it to the camera like a black car fast food influencer. He's like, look at it's like, dude, it's an $8 fast food burger. Fucking chill, okay? You don't need to show off. It's never going to look like that to the rest of us. It's going to look shittier. And then he takes this bite out of it. Was like, oh, sorry, that was a big bite. And it's like, make me feel like the fattest fucking guy in the world. So Chris the Nibbler, McDonald's CEO, tried their Big Arch Burger. By the way, I asked SP last night, I said, on the way back from the choir concert, you want to stop at McDonald's and share and split the new arch, the Big Arch, the Archburg, whatever it's called. And she passed. She said no. She goes, that sounds awful. Because I told her it was caramelized onions, slivered onions or whatever, 2 cheeses, because I'm not eating a 2 quarter-pound beef patty burger. Like, fuck that. I'll feel like garbage.
That's too much to put in your system at one time.
Way too much. So I asked her if she wanted to, so, like, you cut that down the middle and you're eating a quarter. You ever eat a quarter pounder? You feel like death afterwards. So, like, even
I don't
if
know
you
about death, but I'm definitely full.
Yeah, you cut that Big Arch in half, you're good. I was like, we'll split. I pitched it to her because she likes the McDonald's shakes. I said, we'll cut the Big Arch in half. We'll share a McDonald's shake. We'll split a meal. It'll be nice. It's responsible. And she passed. She goes, no, that sounds like shit. So I did not try the Big Arch. May try it eventually. I don't know. But once the CEO of McDonald's tried it, and the entire internet basically shit on him for it because he looked like a goober, the Chris Hansen-looking Burger King CEO decided that he would choke down a Whopper on camera to like stick it to the McDonald's CEO and the big art. So basically, this has gotten so retarded and so stupid that Burger King and McDonald's have become the Dabbleverse. Like, they're not, I'm going to eat a burger to stick it to you. And the other guy's like, I'll eat a different burger and I'll stick it to you. And they're in the middle of it and they're like, this is serious. And yet everyone on the outside of it looks at it and goes, just to be clear, you guys, we both think you're retards.
And the whole time I'm watching, I just want Michael Keaton from The Founder to just come running in. Ray Kroc, I think it is.
Ray Kroc, yeah.
Yeah. I just want him to just come in and just start from just franchise the damn thing. This is stupid. What the hell are you doing?
So I want Maurice McDonald and his brother to come in and just pound the shit out of both of these two and say, we never should have sold the Kroc. So here's the way that the Burger King CEO is going to own the McDonald's CEO. And then we have a wild card coming in at the end who's going to top both of them. Now, at least, okay, I'll give him this. At least that's a burger bite.
It's a burger bite. It looks like a burger. There's something weird about the Mr. Rogers Neighborhood look sitting behind the tray here that I don't trust.
Right? The collared shirt with the sweater over the top of it. Yeah. I mean, this guy's just got a dress shirt with an apron on. That's a little more acceptable. Can't somebody like look like a Burger King customer? Can't you put on like a Who Farted t-shirt and like bedhead and some sweatpants and eat that burger? That would look basic.
Yeah. That would look
Not bad.
Like he should come, like he honestly, to accurately reflect your average Burger King customer, he should just be wearing Jack Skellington pajamas and have bedhead and a 5 o'clock shadow. And it would be, and he should be eating it in his car at the drive-thru.
That would fit.
That would be the most accurate.
Right?
Only one thing missing. A napkin.
See, that's not Burger King. That's not fast food. You grab a piece of discarded mail from your passenger seat. You grab some junk mail that you got from your mailbox before you went out for the day, and you wipe your face with that. Or you just take your
bottom
finger.
of your shirt.
Yeah, or you take your finger, you get it like that. Just, it's still good.
Chris K here with, you've heard about it. Here it is. The big arch.
By the way, just imagine the person he's talking to is chained to a chair like Amanda Peet in Saving Silverman, and he's fired up a blowtorch and he has it sitting right next to her head. And then this video makes perfect sense.
This is something that we have tested already in Portugal, Germany, Canada. I love this product.
Everywhere else that's not here because we don't like you guys. Everyone else got to try it first.
You can't win. Either you didn't think of us first or you used us as a guinea pig. So you really can't win.
It's so good. I'm going to do a tasting right now, but I'm going to eat this for my lunch, just so you know. So here we go. First, holy cow. God, that is a big burger. We've got a very...
I love how he looks at it like he's surprised. Like, you're the CEO of McDonald's, dude. You should be, like, familiar top to bottom with this particular sandwich.
We've tested it in several markets, and we're very happy to bring it to you guys. I have no idea what this thing is.
Yeah.
I didn't do research.
We've been testing this in multiple markets. I've been down with our research team. We've been trying to figure this out. Let's just open a... Holy fuck, I had no idea it was going to look like that. Wow, that's...
unique kind of sesame, poppy sort of bun on it. We've got 2 quarter-pound patties, a delicious big arch sauce, and of course some lettuce. So, there's so much going on with this. First of all, let's try to get this thing.
This thing
I don't even know how to.
I know, I don't. There's too much going on. Like, it looks like a burger that doesn't know what it wants to be.
I do appreciate they didn't try to hide the actual McDonald's product that you will receive in this whole thing, because that looks like absolute dog shit.
It looks like a mess, right?
And that's what you're going to get. Like, you're going to get something that looks like it was put together with a shotgun.
Yeah.
In the box, and it's just like, all right. So at least that part's realistic.
I do appreciate that he had a black teenager make this burger, because that's who's going to be making it for you anyway. So that was, at least he stayed consistent with that. And also, that bun is that's not McDonald's, dude.
No.
What are you doing? That's not a McDonald's bun.
Attack it. Got so much to it.
You're not fucking Arby's, bro.
Oh, there's also some crispy onions on here as well. I see those kind of coming out. All right, the moment of truth. That is so good. That's a big bite for a big arch.
No, it isn't.
That's not a big bite. That's a pretty reasonable bite.
That's a completely understandable bite.
Yeah,
sir.
that's a bite that makes a whole lot of. So the Burger King guy, he's got his sleeves rolled up and he's like, yeah, fucking Whopper, right, bro? Bites it. But he fucked up where he goes, I need a napkin. No, you don't, queer. And then the other guy just seems like a robotic killing machine. Like he just seems like someone you could program to run a watchtower in Auschwitz. So he's creepy right from the start. So if you're going to go with
a box of squirrels for every time he gets bad news.
Exactly. If you're going to go with a creepy guy eating a cheeseburger, you don't go with the CEO of one of your of one of these corporations. There's only one place you can go to if you want an autistic looking, creepy, retarded guy to eat a cheeseburger in front of you. And that is,
I know.
That is the one and only Report of the Week, everyone's favorite Nazi reviewer, Review Bra. Review Bra tried the Big Arch Burger, and he's going to show the McDonald's CEO.
Wasn't who I thought we were doing.
Oh, who'd you think it was?
Didn't we have a guy that we loved that did like burger reviews and shit?
The black guy?
No, it's like some weird autistic dude or something.
That's him. This is the autistic dude I watch eat food.
All right, well, then maybe it's this one. I just don't remember him wearing a shirt and tie.
Look,
he doesn't normally dress up like this, does
Yes,
he?
he does. He always dresses. Review Bra always dresses up to the nines.
All right, so I don't know who I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Fuck it, doesn't matter.
I liked it better, though, when he had like swastika memorabilia behind him when he did his reviews. He let the internet bully him off of that shit. He didn't realize that it was all going to come back around someday.
All right.
All right, everyone. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. This is review of the Report of the Week.
So, you know what's on it. I know what's on it. We all know what's on it. And now let's try it out. The Big Arch from McDonald's. It's going in.
I'm not going to break eye contact.
Ladies, how sexy is it when you hear that man say that to
Right?
you, looking you in the face?
Okay. Oh, my God. Okay, that's a serial killer bite. That's a killer's bite. That's a guy with people in his basement bite.
Is he making fun of the guy who did the bit with?
I hope when we play the rest of this, he's mocking the McDonald's CEO. And I think you're right. I think that's what he's doing because
otherwise that guy's a sociopath.
Yes.
A real big bite.
Oh, he
Big
is.
Arch.
All right, he's making fun of him. Oh, yeah.
Didn't keep a straight face doing that, but I had to.
Attaboy. Good job,
Bravo.
Review Bra. There we go. There we go. How about you got Review Bra shitting on you? You're such a pussy. I like it. He is the man, though. I mean, he's got creepy long fingernails. He stares at, you got those, Janine, you got those bug eyes. But he's my favorite, man.
I could have swore I saw him in a movie with Nazis like yesterday.
Oh, by the way, Oz loves this guy.
The Review Bro?
Yeah.
Seems entertaining. I don't know. I could watch it.
He's Oz's favorite guy, for sure. For sure. Let's continue on here. We got 5 gifted memberships on YouTube from Some Are Saying. Thank you very much. He also became a member for 45 months. Thank you so much to Some Are Saying with the 5 gifted memberships. So also, Coyote NV says, why won't YouTube accept my super chats anymore? I don't know. Let's have everybody test the super chat system to make sure it's working for Coyote NV. And Coyote, if you want to jump on over to Rumble, I don't think they're having any problems. What do you say, pal?
That's right.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go see what was going on while we were talking about the burger wars that are going on. Veldrain with $1 says, what about Karmic X and Lewis Black? Yeah, I guess there's a Lewis Black vibe there, but like, here's the difference though. Lewis Black can turn it on and turn it off.
Right. It's a performance bit for him.
Karmic is like, Karmic runs on impulse.
Yeah.
At least
trigger him and he goes. He's already pre-wound.
At least on his show. I think one of the gayest things you can do as a podcaster is like try to act like you know how someone is in real life. There's a good chance that Karmic does that while he's streaming, and then it's just totally normal.
Like I said, it's a performance / a catharsis. He's completely de-stressed by the end of his show.
Like the more I, change and evolve and everything else, the further away I get from who this guy is for 4.5 hours a day. Like I'm doing this on the show and we're screaming and yelling and making fun of stuff and all that. And then like the rest of the day, I'm reading up about like the difference between dispensational and covenant theology and shit. It's like getting weird. And my shoulder's all fucked up. I can't go to the gym yet this week. So and like the more I do all that stuff and the more I start thinking about like God and the Middle East and, going to church this weekend and, how we're going to plan that out with the kids and everything. It's like the more I go, Jesus, this morning's show was really insane. Like it's just a really fucking different guy doing that. Like there's somebody else at the wheel when that program is on.
In the old days, it used to just be like the show ended and it was the same thing. You just kept screaming Jews. It's just there wasn't a mic there.
Now I just think it. King Kong Dong with $1 says, when we talk about these two, excuse me, these two look like frequent flyers on Epstein Island or our heads at Camp Kanakuk. I do think the Burger King CEO, in fairness, looks a little more normal than the McDonald's CEO.
Yeah, the McDonald's CEO seems creepy to me. The Burger King dude seems like he's pandering.
Here's an analogy. The McDonald's CEO is like if Kenneth the Page became the head of the company. That might be the best way to go about it.
Probably.
$2 from TDR Shit Show says, Burger King, you actually get a burger that has actual meat. Stop it. McDonald's has real meat in their burgers. Stop it. I'm not going to sit here and look, don't mistake my kindness for weakness. I still defend the Arches 10 toes down. I'm Team McDonald's. I just don't think you should ever order anything bigger than a McDouble.
Yeah, but their burgers aren't like Burger King uses actual all beef patties. McDonald's uses a composite.
Fuck you guys. Fuck all you guys.
That's been the case, dude. That's been the case since I worked there back in like 1998.
Tired of this fucking bullshit. All these people shitting on McDonald's. Well, you know what? You can all go be communists in fucking Gaza then. By the way, 631 at 730. That's heading towards 700 today. Thank you guys. Keep hitting like McDonald's. YouTube probably has about 30 or 40 left to go. Rumble probably has 50 or 60 left to go. We should be able to hit 7 and maybe tickle the balls of 8 today. So you guys have been hitting the like button, and I appreciate it. You've been gifting memberships. I appreciate it. You've been Rumble ranting and super chatting. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much for your support. Keep it up. Veldrain with $1 says, this has been your report of the week, and my hands double as raptor claws. He does have long-ass fingernails. There is no disputing this. I can't defend the guy on that. T-Baby says, of course we have a burger story, you fat pig. Now, how is that not bullying?
It does seem kind of bullying.
That seems like bullying, if you ask me. Kevin's soundboard with $2 says, if anyone is Karmic X, it's Josh Peck's character from Mean Creek. Should we see if we have a Karmic X match today?
All right, let's see it.
Let's take a look. I'm going to have to edit this one out later for sure.
You're a fucking lying sack of a bitch, Sam. All right? And
You're a lying sack of a bitch. Yeah, that's pretty good. You're a lying sack of a bitch, Sumac. Last time I tuned into him, he was yelling at Chad.
Okay.
Yeah. He was like, you're a piece of shit. And then he is one of those Midwestern guys who gets really fired up. And when he gets fired up, his swearing doesn't make sense anymore. He's like, you're a son of an ass. Yeah. In this world. He likes that too. He's got a lot of Pentecostal preacher in him. He's like, in this world. It's like, what other world are we?
Are we going to another one?
Going to another world? What are you trying to tell us? Yeah.
I kind of treat this one like it's the only one I got. Be kind and
yeah, Johnny. Oh yeah, Johnny. Well, there's a comet in the sky, huh? There's a big fucking spaceship behind it, and if you don't want to go on it, then you're a son of a bitch. What are you, a piece of shit? Zumot doesn't
Apparently.
want to get on the spaceship with me and Johnny. You don't want to leave this world?
I
Tell
need
you.
a ramp, or it's so many questions. I'm not ready to fly yet. I've never even been on a plane. I want to just skip that and go straight to spaceship. This seems like we missed it.
Oh, yeah? Bunch of bullshit. This world. Just being bunch of bitches. That's what you're being. In his wrestling promo meets Pentecostal preacher. We gotta hone it in and figure out exactly what it is. If so much of our audience wouldn't kill me if I played a clip of him, I would play a clip of him right now and we would try to figure it out. Nick Gers Rigging with $5. Thank you very much. Says, Aaron, you should be happy it's pink slop and not red meat. You could still eat it on Fridays. It is becoming a problem because I don't have any other Catholics like that I cook for on Fridays. There's a bunch of us every Friday that I cook for. And I'm trying, like, I told SP yesterday, I'm like, I'll make a roast. I've got a big, roast beef in the freezer from a piece of a cow that I bought. And I'm like, I'll make that. We'll get some potatoes and some vegetables and we'll make a whole big thing. It'll be delicious. It'll be great. She'll be like, you can't. It's Lent. It's Friday. You can't have meat. I'm like, I will eat something else. Like, I'll be fine. And she's like, no, it has to be something. Let's make it together.
You're going to put the aroma in the air and you're just not going to indulge.
Oh, dude. So last week, check this out. This was close. I almost eternally damnified myself. Last Friday, I made tacos. I like to make my own seasoning. I like to do the whole thing because I'm a fucking creep. By the way, not using packets and making your own seasoning does not make you cool and a chef or anything. It just makes you a douche. It's just like, oh, I'm too good for the... Shut up. But I can't have that, right? So I bought some frozen shrimp with the tails. And I put them in cold water. I pulled the tails. I made myself shrimp tacos. Because in the Catholic Church, seafood's not meat. So I make that. My 6-year-old, I made like Chipotle burritos for everybody. Like I bought the big tortillas. I, slap them in there. We're throwing all kinds of sauces and shit in there. We're making the good stuff. And my 6-year-old obviously can't finish hers. It's way too big. So I'm used to, as a fat dad, if she can't finish it, I give myself less food because I know she's not going to finish hers. I'll pick at some of that. So she's done with her taco and it looks delicious. And I go, and I bite it. Nobody said anything. Nobody noticed, but I took a bite and then I immediately went, oh God. Go to the sink. I'm rinsing my mouth out. I'm like, I almost committed eternal damnation by taking a bite. And I did it instinctively without thinking.
We're friends, and I don't mean to be a dick, but I feel like if anything was going to push you over that line, that would be the least of your concern.
That's true. Probably the polygamy and the...
But I mean, you weren't, you hadn't truly, I mean, there's an argument to say you hadn't truly found your way to the Lord at that point. Like you knew the rules, you knew the verses, but you weren't
I was still the prodigal son at that point. I hadn't made my return.
Right.
Yep.
And now like you've learned the error of your ways. If anything else, there's an argument to be made that your misdeeds showed you the errors of your ways and brought you into the...
Well, that's why I related to Shia LaBeouf's interview so much when he said, if you're hard-headed, you got to run your head into the fucking wall hard enough that you say, fuck it.
How's that going for him?
He's still struggling, but he's on the right track.
Hopefully
he'll be all right.
He'll get it right.
Yeah. TDR Shit Show with $2 says, thanks for reading the entire comment, you pink slime loving fuck. Oh, you know what? I got mad, so I didn't read the whole thing. That is on me. Should we go find that whole thing? Here we go. McDonald's is nothing but preservative-filled bread and whatever is in that paper-thin meat patty. Both are trash, but BK for the win. This is going to sound fat and disgusting. I BK's mustard for some reason is good. I like Burger King's mustard.
Okay.
Is that... I need your thoughts on how that makes you feel. I said that.
I've never really noticed the mustard difference between Burger King and McDonald's. I eat Burger King more than McDonald's, so
God,
I like risking my life.
You call it just a bunch of bitches. A bunch of Burger King eaters in this world. T-Baby with $1 says you're supposed to have fish, you nincompoop. It's seafood in general. I will say there's this somebody kept playing her video. Red Fox Mad, shout out Red Fox Mad. He saves a lot of his contributions for Rumble Friday, and he just dumps on us. And there was this channel of this nun, and she's based as all hell. She's this old nun who has a YouTube channel, and people ask her questions, and they were like, what do you think about fish fries and all you can eat seafood on Fridays during Lent? And she goes, well, the whole point is you're supposed to be fasting. It's like Jesus in the desert for 40 days. Like, all you can eat anything does seem like it's kind of a workaround. And she's like,
it's a bit blasphemous.
She's like, I saw these wealthy Catholics and they were having an all you can eat lobster thing on a Friday during Lent. And it's like, no, guys, come on. Oh, man, we got to be sacrificing. We're not allowed to eat meat, but we're allowed to eat seafood. Let me get the most expensive things on the menu, please. Thank you. I'm
and
fasting.
Just keep it coming endlessly until I've engorged myself to the point I can't swallow anymore.
No, it's okay. I'm fasting for Jesus. Just bring me as much of the... Let me run up like a $500 tab. He would have wanted this.
I need a couple of lobsters. I'm a Episcopalian or pescatarian, and I need to relate to my Savior.
An Episcopalian pescatarian. You talk about a tongue tie. Hulkamasha Baby says, yeah, the adultery wasn't a big deal. Throw that dick in anyone, but one bite of meat and lake of fire, here you come. Johnny explained it perfectly. I hadn't resaved myself. I wasn't resaved in the eyes of the Lord. Although that's not how Jesus sees it. Jesus like, bro, you were confirmed Catholic. I'm watching. I'm glad you're making an effort, but like the meat, don't be so hard on yourself. 191 Redbird with $1 says, if you can still eat fast food on the regular after a deep dive into the chemical concoction in it, you're a fat fuck beyond redemption. I will say I've given up soda for Lent, and I want to make that permanent after Lent. I'm kind of using Lent as the jumping off point for getting rid of soda. And I have not, I've done fast food one time. And no gas.
Since cutting soda out?
Yeah, and no gas stations. Since cutting soda out. Ask me how much weight I've lost.
How much weight have you lost?
Not a fucking pound, dude. And I was at the gym 5 times last week. I did sparring. I did everything. I got bursitis in my right shoulder. That's almost gone now. I'll be able to get back to the gym soon. And I didn't lose a fucking pound. And I'm convinced.
Bursitis?
Dude, bursitis, a bursa sac, and your shoulder swells up like crazy. So,
okay.
I'm trying to convince myself as I look in the mirror that my chest is broadening and that the lifting is helping a lot, and I'm just adding muscle. But I also I also see my neck, and I'm like, you fat lazy fuck. Silver Wolf with $1 says, I'll see you in purgatory, Aaron. Maybe you can entertain us there too. Well, we got to pass the time until our souls are pure,
I'm going to get a deck of cards and a basketball because I'll be damned if I don't enjoy myself.
Me and Mikey are going to be balling in purgatory together.
Sweet.
We're going to be passing the time. I wonder if Purgatory has the movie pass. I'll be watching the
I mean, a lot of the people that made the films will be there. So I mean, got the production staff.
I can just have them recite them for me. It'll be perfect. I'll see Spielberg there. I'll be like, dude, you're never fucking getting in, right? You're a demon. You're a really bad guy. By the way, they are telling me in the YouTube chat that Review Bra is actually autistic.
Oh.
For what that's worth. All right. Oh, my God, Johnny. 641. Let's get to 700. Rumble is still climbing. YouTube, you've got about 30 to go. Rumble, you've got about 50 to go. Let's keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, you had the Pope decide that capybaras were a fish, so you could not eat meat during Lent. Even your leaders don't care about the meat thing. Fish thing goes to the Bible. Ask me how.
How?
Hold on. Let me see. Is fish during Lent in the Bible? Eating fish during Lent is not in the Bible. It is a Catholic tradition stemming from laws of fasting and abstinence. It commemorates Jesus' death on a Friday, where Catholics abstain from eating the flesh of land-based animals, but allow fish as it is not considered meat. Oh, so the Catholic Church just put it in quotes, and it was fine.
This is the thing I keep telling people. All these rules, some of them so contradictory. The ones that matter, the ones that don't matter. So what happens if you get upstairs and God's like, no, we didn't change these rules. You guys have been breaking the rules on the book this whole time. You've been,
Dude, the church describes it. Warm-blooded land animals is their definition of meat. Cold-blooded fish are an acceptable alternative. Fish
supposed to be fasting anyway.
Fish represents a more humble, penitential food than red meat.
Like, I feel like if you stick to fruits and vegetables for 40 days, it ain't going to kill you.
I got to say, I think the Muslims have it on us in this regard that, like, at least during Ramadan, they're like, dude, you can't, no water even, sun up to sundown. Like, chug water, eat a meal. As soon as that sun comes up, go fuck yourself. Yeah. I think that's kind of more dedicated. Coltrane with $1 says Jews in Hell movie joke was worth $1, Johnny. There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I will say this. Allow me to correct you. As a Catholic, the Jewish movie makers would not be in purgatory. Purgatory is where you go while your soul is cleansed of its sins. And then when you're pure, you get to enter the kingdom. Let's not.
You're saying they're escalating.
Let's
straight
not
down.
dangle that in front of the murders of my Savior as if we're ever going to let them the fuck in, you know?
They're dropping straight down to the lakeside property.
Well, there's two things you got to do to get into heaven as a Catholic. You have to accept Christ as your Savior, so they're already fucked. And number two, right action, good deeds. You have to be active in your faith when you're alive, encouraging others to find God and all that stuff. So that's what sets us apart from the animals, i.e. the Protestants. Silver Wolf with $5 says, gotta give something for Johnny's joke. Hey, look at you. Look at you racking up hundreds of dollars for the toe today.
Happy to help, man.
Kyler with $5 says, bro, if you're going to do this return to Catholic thing, you got to lay off taking the Lord's name in vain every 5 minutes. Johnny, have we not discussed this?
Yeah, that's going to be probably your worst habit to break.
I'm working on it.
It's just a cultural thing where we all say, Jesus.
I'm working on it, man. In our Father's name. Silver Wolf with $1 says, if that's the case, Johnny, then that is on the members of the church. They are supposed to understand and read the word of the Lord. Misguiding the masses they are entrusted with is a sin. Now, in fairness, Jesus didn't tell us that we had to do this during Lent.
Right.
So technically, we do get to make the rules.
It all gets confusing to me. And I've been hoodwinked so many times. I don't trust people. I'm like, but some dude wrote that book. That guy.
No offense, it is us Catholics going above and beyond. In fairness.
What, with the whole Lent thing as a whole? Like, that's an extra step nobody enforced on you?
No meat,
but we want to punish ourselves.
Yeah, the no meat during Friday, it was to honor Christ's sacrifice and his fast in the desert.
Okay.
So.
Why don't you just fast on Friday?
God, you know what? It's never enough.
Take a page. You were already praising them. Take a page out of the Muslim.
Did anybody else fight back against the Muzzies in the 11th century when they were just robbing and raping and pillaging? Was anybody like, hey, maybe we should push back? No, Hove did that, so hopefully y'all won't have to go through that.
All right, that's a very, very defensive stance to take. Just to the suggestion of you take one day off of eating. Your body might thank you. Ever seen the Alone Show? They take months off of eating, and some of them do quite all right by the end of it. Other of them are scary as fuck. But
let me tell you right now, you bitch. Pope Urban fought back against the Muslims in this world. You know what? Should these be, when I need to do that karmic voice, should these be my glasses?
Yes.
I feel like those need to be my karmic glasses. $2 from Tridio says eating fish comes from the belief that only oxygen-breathing creatures had a soul, and God breathed life into Adam. And in that time, people believed fish didn't breathe oxygen and thus had no soul. Even God wouldn't take a fish off the hook. Redbird with $1 says changing the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday was the Catholic Church proving a point during a debate over them arbitrarily changing things and claiming authority they were not given in the scripture. Dude, that's so based to the church, though. God, we rule. People are like, oh, you think you can just change things whenever you want? Yeah, the Sabbath is on Sunday, too.
They pulled the, I forget who the quote's from, but just, oh, yeah, they made a rule. Let's see them enforce it.
Yeah, we Andrew Jacksoned everybody.
There you go, Andrew Jackson. Thank you.
I like that. All right, guys. Thank you very much. That was a very generous segment you gave us. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. looking okay today. Like, we're happy with over 600, but I think there's got to be a lot more likes, subscribes, follows, algorithms, sharing, all that stuff. You're doing fine. All right, do we want to get to Bill Clinton giving his testimony in the Epstein files?
I wouldn't mind. Hillary bailed on hers pretty hard. So,
dude, Bill, everything I said about Bill yesterday, remember I was catching some strays from people on Bill Clinton and how I felt about, his style and how, like, I know Bill's a bad guy. I know Bill's a liar and he's done all these terrible things. But, like, he has a way of speaking where, like, he's really smooth. He relates to people. He makes you feel good. He says all the right stuff. I fuck with Bill Clinton. Like, because
I don't know how God's going to feel about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't know the guy personally. But Bill Clinton gave his deposition, and I said it yesterday. Bill Clinton understands this world. He understands the game so much better than his wife does. It's not even close. And Bill gave his deposition last week on the Epstein stuff. And once again, it's even keel Bill. It's cool as a cucumber Bill versus crazy flying off at the handle Hillary. I'm going to open these up, and while we open these up, let's talk about our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. They got voted the best St. Cloud towing company of 2026. Awesome. Great for All Care Towing. Find out why. Put their number in your phone right now. 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. They're going to be there quicker than anyone else when you need them. That's All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. MidlandArmory.com. Craig and Stacy at Midland Armory are excited to help you out with the suppressor process or finding what you need for home defense, hunting, personal carry, or whatever else you need. That's Midland Armory. You're not alone. They're going to help you. They've got the answers to all of your questions. Check them out, midlandarmory.com, or visit them in downtown Foley, Minnesota, and give their little dog a treat when you come into Midland Armory. I always make sure I make him sit and he gets a treat. It's in the little treat thing right there, and then I bring Gordy a treat home. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. And then, of course, Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Now, it is Wednesday, but I'm telling you right now, there is no such thing as White Power Wednesday at Stoney's. All right?
It's not what I heard.
That I know, and that's really what we're trying to fight back against right now.
Oh,
but
shit, now I don't know. Now I fucking got a night open.
There is no White Power Wednesday at Stoney's, but you know what? There is a place for you to go with your pals and play some darts, play some pool, have a couple of drinks, grab a pizza, live music on the weekends, big St. Patrick's Day party coming up with Brian the Leprechaun on the 14th after the parade and everything. It's going to be a blast. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Go see Stoney's right there on Broadway in Rockville. Thank you to Wally World for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, pal.
You. Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you, buddy. Redbird with $1 says, I recall a specific verse about those who add to or take away from the scriptures. Jesus had a major problem with all the extra rules that the leaders of the time had added. All right, I don't like where this conversation's going. This sounds like a challenge to the sanctity of the Holy Catholic Church, and I don't think that's that's not a blasphemous conversation I really feel like having.
I always question because it grew out of the incredibly corrupt Roman government, which I'm just like, the seeds of your tree sail on.
Wait, whoa.
There was a big revolt in Rome, and Jesus was big amongst the poors. He was the champion of the poors and the downtrodden. And when they revolted, they kind of turned the
Catholic Church came after Jesus' death. A bunch of Jewish converts accepted him as the savior and formed Christianity. They were heavily persecuted at first by the Romans. And then eventually, when it became a big enough religion, the Romans adopted it. I want to say it was Emperor Augustine who saw in the clouds a cross and the voice of God that said, in this symbol you will conquer. And he won the battle. And from that moment on, Rome was a Christian nation. You had the Pope, the whole deal. What emperor made Rome Christian? I think it was Constantine, not Augustine. I apologize.
Okay.
It was Constantine the Great. It was
one of my favorite DC characters.
It was the Edict of Milan in 313. But he saw a symbol in the sky and a bright light and heard a voice that said, "In this symbol you will conquer." And he won. And after that, he's like,
Right, and I'm not saying that the origins of it or the intentions of it weren't good, godly, or pure, but I'm just saying you're taking an organization that was up to that point largely regarded as corrupt and things, and then it morphed into this. How do you stop the leeching of? How do you stop Hydra from getting into S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve Rogers?
No offense. Your timeline of how the Catholic Church formed is way off. It had nothing to do with the Roman Empire.
Okay.
The Catholic Church was formed under the nose. It did not grow out of the Roman Empire. In fact,
all right,
Christianity was resisted by the Roman Empire for a long time.
Well, I know it was largely resisted for a while, but
So think about it. Constantine, 313 AD, the Edict of Milan. That means 313 years after the birth of Christ. Finally, Rome adopted it.
Mm-hmm.
So there is that. The conversion is traditionally dated to 301, though some scholars propose alternative dates ranging from 284 to 314 AD. There you go. How dare you try to besmirch the church?
I'm
making T-shirts. I'm making Johnny K T-shirts. Besmirch the church.
Besmirch the church?
Hey, wait a minute. Let me tell you something right now. You're being a real piece of shit. You're being a bitch, Johnny. You're gonna be.
I just feel
you're
like
gonna question Jesus. You're gonna question the God in this world. I'll tell you, you're being a bitch. And I'm going to tell you right now, Johnny, that I'm not going to put up with you being a bitch.
I always was under the understanding that the Roman government became the Catholic Church.
Oh, that's your understanding. Well, I'm under the understanding that you're a bitch. And you're a piece of shit in this world. And I'm not going to take it anymore. You got beef with me now, Johnny K.
Oh, no. That's
in this world.
Well, your future's so bright, you got to wear shades.
God, I wish I weren't fucking a nerd who needs glasses. That transition is
not invented, but
yeah. All right, let's continue.
Whatever.
Let's get it. Okay, we were getting into the Bill Clinton thing, were we not?
Right.
We got distracted.
Took a theological turn.
We got distracted by Jesus, and we got distracted by Karmic, who to me is of God. Tridio Gamus with $1 says the Catholic Church formed in 33 AD by Christ appointing Simon, or Peter, as the rock in which I lay my church, and can trade its lineage straight back to Christ. Yeah. Redbird with $1 says not my place to make anyone's choices faith-wise, but no place in the Bible's authority given to man to change, add, or take away from the scriptures. See, this is where the conversation gets to the point where I'm like, all right, look, you know what?
Waters are getting muddy.
Yeah, it's getting muddy in here. Don't be a bitch. That karma, I'm going to fine tune that impression. It's going to be primo by the end of the week. And I'm going to have no voice. All right. Yeah. Bill Clinton was given his testimony to Congress. He was given his congressional deposition on the Epstein files. And I'm glad that I didn't get a lot of the Bill clips until yesterday afternoon. And we did Hillary yesterday, because I think doing it back to back would have been too long, and we wouldn't have been able to really kind of, counterpoint it. I think doing them on different days is going to be a more fun juxtaposition as to their styles.
I was going to say that the one advantage of doing them on the same day is you get like a really clear, like black and white contrast comparison.
But we get to take in Hillary's performance, analyze it, break it down, and then the next day we get to see Bill Clinton. We get to watch At the Foot of the Master. This is Bill Clinton talking about the Epstein files. Now, the first clip we have here is Bill just starts off with a rocket. Bill was doing some quiet part out loud stuff. during this hearing. And the first one, the first clip we have is Bill Clinton admitting that he was closer to Ghislaine Maxwell than he was Jeffrey Epstein. Now, that's not necessarily the quiet part out loud. The quiet part out loud is why he was closer to Ghislaine than Jeffrey Maxwell.
Don't tell me that it's because she was a pretty lady.
No, it's way worse than that. Here we go. This is Bill Clinton talking about his connection to Epstein and Ghislaine.
That President Clinton was her friend, not Epstein's friend. Is that accurate?
I'd say that it was accurate to say that I felt closer to her than to him.
And for the record, why was that?
Because I had seen her more, and because she was very good friends with Evelyn Rothschild and his wife Lynn, whom I knew and was in regular touch with.
You know, you just gotta reach a couple of Jews real quick. You know, you gotta get a hold of Ghislaine.
That's what I love about Bill, though. He's like, no, I want everyone to calm down real quick. I want y'all to calm down. You think I was in the bag for this monstrous pedophile piece of shit? I absolutely was not. I was actually really good friends with the Jewish bankers that run the world.
And our contact point was this striking young woman, so I was always talking to her because fuck him.
The only reason I was even in business with the child traffickers is because the madam who ran the whole thing was really good friends with the Jews who were funding both sides of the wars we were in. So, I mean, really, my relation with the pedophiles is incidental. It's like, oh, good. Bill wasn't that close with Jeffrey Epstein. That's great. Hey, Bill, do us a favor. How can you somehow make this worse, though? All right, I wasn't in with the satanic pedophile Jews that were sacrificing children. Oh, okay, good. I was in with the multi-generational Jews who have been funding the both sides of every war since the beginning of time. Oh, well, I mean, how do you get into power?
Look, I wasn't friends with the kid fuckers and the baby blood drinkers. I was only in the hot tub because Ghislaine had access to all my dark money accounts that I've made with secret world controlling Jews.
It is like one of those things where I had to watch Trumbo yesterday because we were talking about it. And there's a scene where Louis C.K.'s character, Arlen Hurd, another communist writer, is talking to Trumbo. And he's just full of the Holy Spirit. It's like, we need to fight these guys and we need to tell the truth. And Trumbo's like, no, I think we need to be more strategic about this. And Louis C.K.'s character goes, you don't even like me. Why are you doing this? He goes, I like you. You just don't like me. He goes, no, I don't trust you. He goes, I don't trust any rich. I don't think any rich guy is willing to lose all this to fight for the right thing. And then I almost called him Walter White. Trumbo ensures Louis C.K. that he's on his side by going, you, the believer, can fight with the purity of Jesus, and I, the rich man, with the cunning of Satan. And Louis C.K.'s character is like, oh, God, fine, just do me a favor and just don't say shit like that. And that's what Bill Clinton's testimony reminds me. He's like, I'm not on Epstein's side. Oh, that's great. I'm on the multi-generational Jewish banking cartel side. Oh, God, you know what? Just tell us you're not with Epstein. Just don't say any of that other shit. Please just don't talk like that.
I didn't support Epstein. I didn't work for Epstein. Hell, I didn't even care about Epstein. I was only there because I wanted to get in touch with his handlers, my friends. Oh, Jesus.
$2 from Two Hands, One Job says, I too support paganism, Aaron. I worship the sun god as you pray before the monstrance. I pray to the Holy Mother as the Catholics pray to Mary in the Rosary, and Easter as the spring equinox. I don't know where that's. I think Catholicism is just taking strays now. At this point,
it's all your fault too. I hope you're happy.
I know. I brought this on.
You
Trump
won in your Christianity.
Trump 420 says, or Trump 420 says, you say that like it's a bad thing. Yeah, right. I wasn't friends with Epstein. Oh, thank God. That's great. No, I was friends with more evil Jews. Oh, fuck. It's like Bill Clinton's strategy was, I'm going to say such horrific shit while I'm in there. They're going to regret asking me to be here. And all the horrible shit I'm going to tell them I was involved in is totally legit and legal and above board. It's just frightening.
I can explain why I was there. I was investigating. Oh, really? Like for the government, like to put a case? No, for his handlers. They wanted me to check his operations, make sure he was still above board, keeping it legit.
You guys think that I was in the bag for Epstein. No, I was above Epstein. I was up there with the people who really run the world. I don't bother with bottom feeders like that piece of shit. So the next clip we have of Bill is him explaining, we've all seen the hot tub photo, right?
Yep, we've seen the hot tub photo.
He's in the hot tub. Victims' faces are blurred out. These are Epstein victims. Bill Clinton's in the hot tub with at least 2 of them. This is Bill's explanation. Now, we saw that Bill's explanation of why he was closer to Ghislaine than Jeffrey, that took, 30 seconds?
Right.
Bill's explanation of the hot tub photo is going to take 4 minutes.
Oh, boy.
If someone says, hey, you were in a hot tub with scantily clad underage girls whose faces were blocked out to protect their innocence and victimhood, could you explain that to us? And you're like, all right, but it's going to take a minute. You're like, oh, shit. You at least fingered him, didn't you? Oh, no.
You're not even sitting up straight in the photo, so we've already got way too many questions.
Yeah. So here's Bill. We're going to see how the master slithers his way out of this one.
Trying to get out some context for the public on whether you remember this photo and any details you may be able to provide us about it. So do you recall the details of this photo or recall the photo being taken?
Now they're showing him the hot tub photo.
No, I don't think I ever knew the photo was taken.
Okay, and for those who can't see it, it's a photo of you in a hot tub. There's a person next to you here. Do you remember where it was taken? Where was it taken?
I'm almost sure that this taken, I think there's an adjacent photograph, which you probably have, that if people saw it, they would feel that someone was trying to con them showing this picture. But anyway, this picture was taken in Brunei.
Bad start. A country nobody would fucking ever go to. Brunei. Okay. So we're in Brunei. And this has to be before 2008 because he said he didn't deal with Epstein after his first conviction. So we're in Brunei in a hot tub with Epstein girls. I will say this, though. The guy's blood pressure isn't going up. He's still chilling. He's still having a conversation. Remember, Hillary just had to be asked about frazzle drip.
She started barking like a chihuahua shitting peach seeds.
Her cortisol starts spiking. Bill, let's see how he handles it.
And we flew one night on a trip to Asia, the last very long leg.
You said we. Who is that including?
Well, my TIL team that was working
Thank you.
on the AIDS issue, and Mr. Epstein was there. And
We don't call him Mr. Epstein. Let's not call him
Miss Maxwell. But anyway, we got to the end of the flight was Brunei. It's a tiny place, but a very wealthy one. And the Sultan of Brunei was a man that I had gotten to know well in my 8 years as president. And he is first in.
Sultan of Brunei. I'm thinking of Burma. That's why I thought a poor, disgusting country. Brunei is a much wealthier. He's right. That's a nice ass place, Brunei.
Involvement with international matters is basically to join the Asian Pacific Economic Leaders Conference. Which
all right, already my red flags are going off because what we have here is a man just going and going and going and going. We're like, explain to us why you're in the hot tub with the girls. And he's like, there's a Pan-Pacific business climate summit that was going on, and I was flying to Brunei, and the Sultan's a friend of mine. It's like, oh my God, you molested them, didn't you? Oh,
again, Jeffrey was there. Like, we've already established he was there. It's the photo that does all that. The question is why you thought, hey, this dude's bringing some awfully young ladies into a hot tub. Why are you in the hot tub with them?
Yeah, and he's going off on like Pacific partnerships and all this other shit.
Got started, and which he attended, and then he was very proud of that, and he hosted. His time came to host it. You do these things in a rotation, and it came either at the very end of my term or maybe in the next year. Anyway, he wanted, when he knew I was coming, and he said he wanted to help me with my AIDS initiative, and he invited me to stay there. And he said, I want you to stay at this hotel, and I hope you'll use the pool.
So he knew you were coming, and he arranged a bevy of underage ladies for you.
Well, no, I think, is he talking about the Sultan or Jeffrey? I think he's talking about the Sultan.
They're probably talking about the Sultan.
And the Sultan saying, we hope you stay at this hotel, and we hope you use the pool. And so that's how Bill ended up in the hot tub. But Jeffrey and Ghislaine were there, just by happenstance. And
like he said, he just said they're there. He never explained their presence.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Bill. Like, okay, these last couple of days in setup to this, who's been a bigger Bill ball washer than me?
I can't think of anybody.
Nobody.
You've pretty much just been like, I know he's a piece of shit and he's lying to me, but damn, it's slick and smooth.
He's
and
slick. This is not slick and smooth. This is like you're taking, anytime someone gets way too long to set up their explanation and they start bringing in stuff that has nothing to do with it, they're lying. Why are Jeffrey and Ghislaine just there and they've got a prepackaged set of girls ready for you to go in the hot tub with? Bill, in the words of KGB, walk away from this one. It's not good for you.
So I did, and then I got out and went to bed, exhausted.
Just for the record, there's another picture that also shows this as part of the larger pool area. Do you all have that so that he can refresh his recollection with respect to that?
We should have it.
Excuse me, attorney. I don't need that picture. My dick is way too hard already.
All right, I'm going to need to take that one home with me. No reason.
Oh, hey, wait. We've got a clip where they try to take the photos away from Bill.
Oh, you're kidding me. He doesn't hold on.
Bill does not like it when you take his Jeffrey Epstein photos away from him. No. That's coming.
It's quite enlightening. If you watch this,
yes, it's noted.
It'll give you a different feel.
Thank you.
That's right. If you look at him, he's like a goddamn frat boy. What a creep. If you watch this whole thing, you would get a much different feel, an idea. I got a different
feel. Like you
feel.
see, she wanted it. She wanted it bad.
She was begging for it. It's the hair, really, that does it.
We don't have it with us right now.
Okay,
we do.
thanks. I just wanted to make sure he knew the
And so were there other people in that pool or hot tub with you as well?
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big, but it was about.
Well,
he's asking in the pool area.
It appears there's this photo, there's a girl over here, or there's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking in the pool area were there other individuals.
I don't know who that is.
Okay,
look,
so
she touched my
know.
dick. I didn't get her name.
Yeah, like, what do you want me to do? Shake her hand? She's a dirty peasant whore.
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
Okay, so do you remember were they under 18? Would you know? No.
Were they part of your traveling party? He's asking you.
Uh-oh. Bill, we need a quicker answer than that, Bill, because that's a yes. I'm sorry, Johnny, but is that not a yes?
When you got to pause that long, yeah, it's kind of.
Because your instinct is to say no, but you also know you're under oath in this deposition. You know that's a lie.
Right. So you got to figure out a way to lie in a way that's not illegal.
Right.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, the whores were with us.
I think everybody there was.
And by the way, he said this was towards the end of his term, so he was still president even after all the Lewinsky stuff. And all. The guy's still fucking. He's still
put his
fucking.
Dick away. I'm wondering if the Lewinsky stuff got out because maybe some of his handlers weren't appreciating how he was behaving. They're like, this is a taste. We can let the real demons out if you want to keep fucking around on us.
Again, I just imagine all this stuff coming up the last couple of weeks and Hillary just going, you never fucking quit, did you? You just never did. You were just always a piece of shit and you can't help yourself.
I think he knew that from the get-go. But you've got to if you're Hillary. You've seen that lady. She's like okay at best when she was younger, and she morphed into a weird version of a gremlin and a chihuahua with blonde hair now.
She was kind of cute in her 20s and 30s.
A little bit, but that didn't last.
Part of our party, it was late at night and late-ish, and I also believe that there was a Secret Service agent there at the other end of the pool.
Okay, and was this in public?
He was getting blown.
Yeah, and what was his name? Oh, he's dead.
No, it was a hotel room, and The Sultan wanted us to stay there, and the water, this big pool, was on the same floor that there were several suites. So we went out, I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
And then I have to ask this, did you engage in any sexual activity
No.
with this person? Thank you.
I did not have sex with that scantily clad woman.
And by the way, when Bill Clinton tells you, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, you can take it to the bank, Jack.
He's never lied about it.
Can take that shit to the bank. He does say in one of these clips that why would I lie under oath? I don't know. I don't know.
Why would you,
Why
sir?
would you lie under oath? I have one person who has an idea as to why you'd lie under oath.
Who's that?
You'd lie under oath because you're a bitch.
Oh.
You told a lot of lies in this world, Bill. You're a piece of shit. You're going to come to the truth. And the truth is going to knock you around, Bill. You're going to get your comeuppance in this world because you're a bitch. He does do better commentary than I do.
He does.
He's right to the point.
I just realized the best person to have given that to done the hearing for that should have had Monica Lewinsky being the person asking him those questions.
Because she'd know, right? She'd know if he was telling the truth or not. Of course. $5 from Shuli Madoff. Thank you, Shuli Madoff. He says, saw an interesting video about Monica Lewinsky possibly being a botched Mossad attempt. I mean, I can't not believe anything at this point.
Right?
It's all
makes a certain amount of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's all wide open. $1 from Approachable. Approachable. Thank you guys very much. You're doing great today. I appreciate all your generosity. Approachable says, I disagree. I think not only did Hillary know about it, but was involved in it. There's no doubt in my mind they were going for three-ways and back and forth cuckold stuff. You think Hillary?
So in other words, a straight-up House of Cards situation.
Yeah, so like Hillary was getting it too. So in other words, Bill and Hillary had like my last marriage.
The Underwood arrangement.
Well, yeah, no. I'm more Bill Clinton than Underwood. Underwood was, you know what Underwood was into.
Yeah.
No.
Like I said, the Underwood arrangement.
No. Raymond Bryant says, I was vacationing in Brunei surrounded by college girls. You can't imagine the suffering.
Look, you can only be hard with them coming at your dick so long before you've got to give in. It's just a human need.
I'm just a red-blooded male. Which means I can't eat them during Lent on Fridays. Bill Clinton gets asked about the Epstein, the Bill Clinton blue dress painting. You remember this?
Yes.
You hear about this? You remember this, folks? Blue dress, Bill Clinton looking like a fag. Remember that, Kev?
You seen it? It's up above my above my dining table in the living room.
I'll be very honest with you, Kev. I don't think darkies go for that kind of thing, do they? I love that whenever we do Jay talking to Kevin Eubanks, he's always just a casual bigot.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice little.
That's what I expect, Jay.
Yeah, you know, the crazy thing about that photo is, Kev, that I think if one of your friends from the old neighborhood saw you having something like that, they'd jump you blood in, blood out. Am I right?
Yeah, I don't think so, Jay. I don't think so, Jay.
Oh, you lying nog. Jesus. All right. So this is Bill Clinton talking about the photo Epstein had of him in the blue dress. There it is. There's the blue dress photo. And they're going to ask Bill about this. And I'll be honest, I will give Bill massive bonus points.
If he owns it?
If he owns it, and if you guys, meaning Johnny and the rest of the audience, walk away from this going, you know what? Solid explanation. Because this, can we agree he fucked up the hot tub explanation? Like, that did not make you feel.
Yeah, he bombed that one.
I will say, though, that, like, Secret Service guy being around, he was in the hot tub for a couple minutes, and then he got out. I'm not going to totally shit all over that and say that he's lying, but I also don't think that was the extent of his engagement with those girls.
Right. And the run-up took so long. The actual explanation of why you were in the hot tub was a very short thing. And we spent so much time, look, I was traveling. It was crazy. We were going around all these Asian countries. I was friends with the Sultan. It's like, yeah, get to the point. Why the hot tub and the girls?
Right. Exactly.
I don't trust the answer.
Thank you to Bam Bam Bartz for $5 on PayPal. He says, you saying technically on anything Catholic is like PDF saying technically 16 is legal in these states. It's a little different. I'm talking about eating meat on Fridays. You're talking about sex with teenagers. I mean, that sounds like a Cumia defense if I've ever heard one.
I'm
Jesus.
uncomfortable with all you goddamn animals.
So here we go. This is Bill explaining the blue dress photo.
We have a painting that seems to be of you, Mr. President, found in one of Jeffrey Epstein's residences, wearing a, I would categorize it as a famous blue dress worn by the White House intern Monica Lewinsky.
Dude, am I retarded? Am I the only person that didn't put that together?
Yeah.
That's a Monica.
That's the
dig.
Monica Lewinsky jizz on it blue dress.
So I don't think this was a picture they painted of him actually posing for this photo, because I don't think he possesses that dress. I think
they might have had a dress of similar type. But yeah, this is a painting, so you can easily say that he didn't pose for the photo. And any artist could take a couple of different pictures of him and, freehand Photoshop back before the days of, control, paste, and background edit. But yeah.
And I have this image here. This image is being passed around. So, Mr. President, we are looking at an image of a portrait that is looks to be you, Mr. President, in this blue dress. Can you describe this painting? And
he doesn't need to describe the painting. You just gave him a picture. What's your question?
My question is, are you familiar with this painting? Have you ever seen it in person?
I've never seen it in person.
Do you know why someone would paint this?
Are you asking him to
Objection.
speculate?
That's calls for speculation. You can ask the artist.
And if I had known Jeffrey Epstein had this painting, it would have saved me this whole day.
You see, like, he doesn't get worked up the way Hillary does. He doesn't play into it the way she does. He doesn't start pounding the table and fighting with Nancy Mace. If anything, he probably tries to flirt with her a little bit.
Probably.
He
probably walks out like, Nancy's willing to fuck me.
Yeah. If you guys would have shown this painting to me before today, I could have saved you a whole bunch of time. And it's like, this guy's smooth,
I would have dropped SEAL Team 6 on his ass just to get the painting.
Yeah, right. What does that mean? You would have saved me a whole day. Like, what, you would have killed the guy? What do you mean? Like, you would have shown me this painting, you could have saved me a whole day. I'd have cruise missile the shit out of you guys. This is faggy shit. It infuriates me. I'm from a place called Hope, Arkansas. I ain't got no time for any gay shit. Put a dress on.
He thinks he's safe on his island in international waters, motherfucker. I can call a nuclear sub. Suck
That's
my
right.
metaphorical dick.
How about this, Corn? Hey, Cornyn. Hey, why don't we tuck your sack back, put you in a dress, you queer? Yeah, I know what you do. Shut the fuck up. Let's move on. No, see, he doesn't even get that riled up.
Right?
He doesn't even get that riled up.
Because he knows it'll look bad, so he just plays it off and he laughs.
Do you think he posed for the dress photo, or do you think someone just took that of him?
I don't know. When I look at it, it looks so much like it's been poorly cut together that I don't think he actually posed for it. I think someone took two different pictures of like two different people and kind of put it together and then just kind of edited in the dress.
I want to believe that he posed for that picture, but I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
I don't think so. Optic Nerve says there's one painting of George W. throwing paper airplanes at two Jenga towers. Oh God, that would be a funny one.
That one I'd love to keep just for the conversation piece.
George W. paper airplane poster. We can find this shit. Oh God. Oh God. There it is. That's W. And there's two Jenga towers that are down, and he's throwing paper airplanes. Although I believe that photo should be taken in Israel. Oh, by the way, we've got some news on that. Remember we asked about, we figured out about Howard Lutnick, that he had an office in the World Trade Center because he was running Cantor Fitzgerald. All of his employees died that day. They all died in the tower. His brother. But that one day, September 11th, Howard Lutnick, who's been to Epstein Island, who deals with Israel regularly, had regular business dealings with them when he ran Cantor Fitzgerald, multinational hedge fund. was not in the towers on 9/11. He had to take his kid to kindergarten that day.
That's just a good dad.
Yeah, as if people wealthy like that don't have chauffeurs dropping their kids off at school every day. Well, anyway, we talked about Larry Silverstein. And remember, I said something very fair yesterday. I went, I don't know what his habits were. I'm not ready to Google that yet. I'd have to look into it. Well, thank God your phone listens to the words you speak and develops an algorithm, because I went on to Twitter on my phone yesterday, and first thing that popped up was a video on what Silverstein did every day and what he was doing on 9/11. And we have that for you a little bit later.
Nice.
Veldrain with $1 says, remember Bill Clinton eyeing Ariana Grande at the Aretha Franklin Memorial? Not to worry, nothing happened. She was too old. Yeah, I think it's a bad look for Bill to say, yeah, those girls were with our travel party, especially after like the long pause that he had. Oof.
Look, I didn't touch a single one of those girls in the hot tub, and I'll swear that till the day I die. The airplane ride over, though, whole different story.
650 checking out the tow right now. That's pretty average, decent day. I like it. Rumble, you guys are doing great. Keep hitting like and pumping that up. YouTube, you guys have fallen off. Hit like and let's rally, and then it's a nice 700 day for the tow, which I appreciate. So now we get, to me, what is a very interesting part of Bill Clinton's deposition on the Epstein files. This is where Bill starts naming names and ratting on people.
Nice.
And the name he names in this one is none other than Slumdog Millionaire, Slumlord Millionaire, big fat Chicago gangster, governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker.
Nice.
Yes, we got JB in the hot seat thanks to Bill Clinton. And by the way, if you don't think a guy like Bill Clinton will throw your governor ass under the bus, you're out of your mind.
It's on here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Was Jeffrey Epstein on? You apparently took 26 flights on planes connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Was he on every flight you?
Now, see, I don't mean to defend anyone who's in these files because fuck them all, but like, that's a weird phrasing. You took 26 flights on planes connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, there's a difference to me between 26 flights on planes connected to him and 26 flights on the Lolita Express to the island.
Right.
I need to know.
Did he provide a plane? Like, just because he helped like hook you up with a car doesn't mean you're involved in everything he does.
Not only that, that's how these Israeli blackmail things and all blackmail things work, is sometimes you won't know whose plane you're flying on. By the way, I'm not trying to give Bill Clinton excuses. I think he's a piece of shit, and I think he had sex with a lot of Jeffrey Epstein's girls. And he was on the island, and he traveled with them, and the whole deal. And the Rothschild, him admitting the Rothschild thing is icing on the cake to me. I'm just saying that 26 flights on Epstein planes, I'm more interested in who was flying on specifically the Lolita Express. Because then,
island, actually, yeah.
Yeah, then I think you have absolutely no wiggle room whatsoever.
Yeah, Tom Hanks.
Was he on every flight I was on?
Uh-oh.
That's a good question.
If you know.
What?
If you know, their flight manifest.
Yeah,
Do you know?
There'll be a record of it, but I think he was, or certainly on most.
You think he was?
Oh, shit. Okay, well, there you go. There goes Bill Clinton's... what do you call it? Plausible deniability. Hey, was Jeffrey Epstein on every single plane? Now, first of all, I think that was the Republicans they were setting a perjury trap for him because they know. They have all the
They
flight
know
logs.
if he was or not.
Yeah. So if he goes, oh, absolutely not, he wasn't on all of them, they're like, oh, we got Bill in a lie. We got the flight logs. That's why his attorney leaned over to him and went, they have the flight logs. They're asking if you know. He's like, yeah, I think he was.
Well, that's okay. Was Ghislaine Maxwell on every flight you were on, as far as you remember?
The same answer. I think she was, but there'll be a record of it.
Okay. When you took these flights, you're saying...
It's a smart answer for Bill to give from a legal perspective. It's a damning answer for him to give from a public perception angle.
But he's a lawyer. He knows he can't pull the public perception lie and make it stick.
Right. So this is like... Dude, it's hard for us not to believe that you weren't fucking Epstein's girls and those girls were being trafficked against their will. So you're human fucking garbage. And I think we should investigate you for crimes. But perjury is a lot easier to prove than what he just admitted to.
Right.
A lot of them are on behalf of your foundation or your charitable work, correct?
Yes.
Who did you normally bring on these flights? I assume employees of the foundation.
By the way, thank you to Michael for the $5 on Venmo. I'm going to forget. Thank you. I appreciate that, sir.
Thank you.
I brought people who work with me, especially people who would have to follow up on the fundraising or people who were involved in my AIDS work. I bought...
Were the Epstein girls involved in your AIDS work, Bill?
Well, making sure I don't get it, yeah.
People who...
Just like I never go anywhere alone. You never went anywhere alone, right?
What? No.
We always have an
And I had the Secret Service with me. And then on occasion, I had people who had volunteered to help us and wanted to see what we were doing. Right. For example, I think it was on one of these trips, I think, that I had my first trip for the man who's now the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and his wife. They gave me
Oh, Bill, there was no reason to fucking whack J.B. Pritzker and his wife with a steel chair. There was no reason to do that. And Bill just goes, yeah, I was on all the Epstein planes, and he was on every flight, and she was on every flight, and it was for my charity work that I was doing, but fucking fat boy Pritzker was on there too. You should talk to him. If I'm Pritzker, I'm like, what the fuck did I ever do to you, dude?
Dude, same team, bro. Same team.
What the hell is this all about? There's like Pritzker didn't endorse his wife for something, or
there's some sort of beef, and he's like, I'm gonna stick it to you now, you fat fuck.
Like because Pritzker sees himself as like a Chicago gangster type, and Clinton's like, I'm gonna implicate you in the Epstein files. Yeah, Epstein. But this is kind of like what Tim Dillon was talking about. I kind of wanted the Clintons to go scorched earth on everybody and be like,
I was hoping.
Yeah. Every flight I took, Jeffrey Epstein took, and so did Ghislaine Maxwell. But fucking Rothschilds were on there. Pritzker was on there. I want him to sell out Bill Richardson. Like I want him naming every name in the book. Me and George H.W. Bush were getting lap dances together from these girls. He's a fucking hound dog, by the way. Barb never knew.
Let me tell you, I never seen a man down an 8-ball so fast until I rode on a plane with George W.
Motherfucker pops wheelies in his wheelchair. He's a psychopath, George H.W. You have no idea. Yeah, Dead Game says, I go, you go, fat boy. Pritzker. Oh, God, that came out yesterday. Pritzker's probably like, get Bill on the phone. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to you right now. Well, send him a message. Pritzker says, fuck off. Thanks a lot, dickhead. Now I got to go tear the toilets out of some houses I just bought so I can lower my property taxes.
Did he do his wife a favor or a disservice when listing all the people he traveled on those many planes with to never say at any point, yeah, and sometimes I have my wife? Like, is that damning or not? Like, all right, so we've got this guy clearly trafficking girls. Every time you're on his plane, you forgot one person who might, I don't know, care where you park your dick.
If she does.
Yeah.
Like, we're seeing so many of these photos where Bill clearly had sex with these women. I mean, just given his reputation, his proximity, and you think Jeffrey Epstein brought
given
those?
His grin when they hand him the evidence. He can't hide it.
Right, but you think Jeffrey Epstein just brought those girls and they were there to carry luggage, and Bill admitted they were traveling with him. So, like, at some point, you got to say Hillary probably just doesn't give a shit, you know?
I'm sure she doesn't. But it might make you look better.
Root says, you want to talk about charming? Obama came to my high school when he was a senator. We knew that dude was going to be president. Yeah, he gave off, like, president vibes. And I'll be honest, like, I was, 21 when he got elected, and I voted for him. It was my first presidential election. And maybe at 21, this doesn't mean anything because you're so, full of hope and shit. I really did think that dude was going to be, I thought he was going to be the same thing Trump was. I thought he was going to be a shift in the way we did business.
Right.
And he was, but in a bad way. Because, like, before Obama, you had Bush and you had Clinton, and you would always hear about, remember when you used to hear about the president calling in the Speaker of the House and the Senate Majority Leader and Minority Leader to negotiate and talk about getting legislation passed, and Bush is talking, and like Obama was talking to John Boehner a lot, and they were trying to get stuff passed. Like, you just don't hear about that anymore. Like, nobody talks, nobody tries to get anything passed. Biden never spoke to anybody. Obama's not speaking to anybody. There's like no legislation anymore. It's just, we're just stuck.
Right? That's going to help us out a lot. It's almost like this whole two-party system is broken because eventually they're just both the same team and they just sit in the middle.
And yeah,
pitching us against each other.
And either do the same shit or do nothing at all. One of the
Right.
two. Thank you very much, Redbird. You guys are on a roll today. Keep it up, man. I appreciate it. Redbird with $5 says war zones are infamous for records being lost and destroyed. Also, Epstein played a part in getting Zelensky elected. Well, and yeah, I mean, our government helped overthrow the Putin-friendly government in Ukraine and then installed. I thought they were going to install Vitaly Klitschko, the former heavyweight champion, Vladimir's older brother, because he was the mayor of Kiev at the time. And I think still might be. I think Klitschko is still the mayor of Kiev.
I kind of thought you were just joking.
No. Vladimir Klitschko, after he stopped being a boxer around 2014, 2015, he retired as champion and he became mayor of Kiev. And then after the revolution, he was like one of the main guys cheerleading the U.S. to come in. And he was like the forefront of the revolution. And honestly, I think from a PR perspective, since he wasn't going to be in charge anyway, and it was going to be a U.S. puppet state, why not install like a 6'7", 260-pound former world champion boxer instead of some faggy comedy show guy?
Somebody we know definitely owns a suit, and somebody who knows we know he owns a suit. So
Like
he'll wear the
Vladimir
damn thing.
Putin meets with Vladimir Klitschko, and it's like, oh, shit. But then again, I'm sure the United States probably vetted these guys and said, like, Vitaly Klitschko will probably tell us to fuck off once in a while.
Right? He's going to want to do what he wants to do. He's not going to just bend over and take it up the tailpipe because we're putting millions of dollars in bank accounts for him.
Yeah, and also, Vitaly Klitschko doesn't need your money. Volodymyr Zelensky does need your money.
Yeah.
You can't really buy a guy like Vitaly. By the way, Dead Game says with an American wife. No, you're thinking of Vladimir. Vladimir was married to Hayden Panettiere. They had a couple kids, and then they got divorced. Well, you know what? Vitaly could be married to an American chick. Let's see. What was it? Vitaly, by the way, was my favorite Klitschko. I loved him, man. No, he's a pure breed. Natalia Jarova. And he's got 3 kids. Yeah. Bad motherfucker, man. Vitaly Klitschko was, in my opinion, the better of the Klitschko brothers. Redbird with $1 says, I'm sure the woman that has been accused of flaying the face off a screaming child cares about her husband stepping outside the marriage. Oh, yeah. Frizzle gaggle or whatever. I forgot. Frazzle drip.
Frazzle drip. Yeah.
Frazzle drip. Yeah. Reformed Rapscallion says, I voted for Obama twice. McCain showed no respect by selecting that Alaska bitch. Oh, that was a terrible choice. Although, like, McCain left them no choice because he was going to pick either fucking Joe Lieberman or Lindsey Graham. And fuck both of those two.
Well, who was the Democrat that he wanted to pair with in a unity thing? Was that Joe Lieberman? I don't think so.
Oh, someone says YouTube nailed us again.
Uh-oh.
Really? Uh-oh. No, this says we're on.
Yeah, this says we're live.
This says we're good. What you talking about? I mean, the numbers on YouTube are a little disappointing today, but I mean, we're on. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're still over 600 of you checking out the toe right now, but we wanted to go higher than that today. Well, either way, get Need Trump a membership over here on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. Don't come in here. Don't come into our chat telling us that our YouTube is gone. I think tomorrow the only strike we have comes off.
Nice.
So let's not, let's take it easy with this shit. President Zelensky just signed a law to mandatory evacuate children from zones of active hostilities without parental consent. Ew. This sounds like he's like enabling child trafficking for the elites or some shit.
Kind of, because they don't have to clear it with your parents. How are your parents going to know where to pick up the kids
Ew.
later? How the family's supposed to be brought together? We're just supposed to trust the government's got this in hand? You guys have been at war for the last, 10, 12 years. You haven't been able to figure that out. I don't know if you can handle moving people.
This guy's gross. This is definitely a guy who's like doing this on behalf of somebody else. That's disgusting.
Oh, absolutely.
That I
They're
read
paying
that
him a lot of money to be a puppet.
I just scrolled down to the comments of this, and literally, like, every comment I'm reading is like, "This is to enable child trafficking. This is to." So, okay, everybody's going.
We all are kind of drawing the same conclusion about this.
Ew.
What this is.
Like, it's fine if you want to sign a thing that says, as the president, I can evacuate my people from war zones so they don't get killed, but families got to stay together. You're just going to. Oh, gross. I hate
Mom and
Ukraine.
Dad got to figure out their own way out of the shelling, but don't worry, we'll take your kid. Don't ask why.
Yuck. God, why do we always back just the worst, most disgusting people? Why are we?
That's who we are.
Ugh. Are we the baddies? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's continue on. We got 2 more Bill Clinton clips, and one of them are just so funny. Oh, no, we did the Pritzker one, didn't we?
Yes, we did Pritzker.
Okay, so this is our last Bill Clinton link that we have, or our last Bill Clinton clip from the Epstein deposition. They gave him some old photos to look at. And Bill's attorneys thought, okay, Bill, that's enough. You've had enough time with the Epstein girl photos. We can take these away. You're going to learn a lesson in this clip, and that is don't you ever take Bill Clinton's Epstein photos away from him. Look at him. He's jawing at the photos. He's
like, yeah, plowed her and her and her.
He's meth jawing at the pictures of the young trafficked girls. What a pervert. He's like he's dirty talking the girls in his head. And now this attorney is going to try and take him away from him. He's like, all right, fuck you. Hold on. I wasn't done with that yet.
Let me see it. I'm committing it to memory. I got to have something in the spank bank for tonight because I'm going home to the wife.
Oh, God. See, this is what I mean. Like, Bill can talk a good game, but there are just certain ways in which he betrays himself and shows you.
Certain tells.
Yeah. Bill is a very good poker player, but he's got tells. That one was good. You wouldn't believe. God, he's a fucking pig. He's smiling.
Okay.
Dude, come on.
Bill, Jesus. Take it easy, buddy. Way too much. Way
It's
too
rubbing off on her. She's laughing. What's the damn joke? What's so fun? Like, I would feel like if it was one of the people on this, like, I'm sorry, I need to ask a question now. What exactly is so damn funny? We're talking about a guy who trafficked women for sexual assault, who is responsible and having women being victimized, as well as children and other things, and all this stuff's coming out now, and you're laughing? What?
No, I was just thinking of some funny stories about something else.
President, we have about 5 minutes remaining in the majority's first hour, so I just want to ask you some questions related to the crimes committed by Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell.
All right, so you don't take Bill's photos away from him.
Honestly, though, real talk, how much time you think he's got left? He is shaking real.
I know. I noticed that. You get old and you just start
I noticed
shaking.
it first with the cup, and I'm like, all right, like, well, no, you don't have to get old. As I'm finding out, you could just have that experience. But like the paper one is the one where I'm like, oh wow, even just holding papers, it's just, I just feel like that. Of course, they're gonna finally come out and take him to trial now. He's not gonna live to sentencing if you found him guilty of anything anyway.
Ready to have your fucking hair blown back?
What's that?
Bill Clinton's younger than Trump.
You're shitting me.
No. Bill Clinton's 79. He'll be 80 in August.
That's both scary for Bill, surprising for Trump, and more upsetting for why do we keep having senior citizens leading the country?
Yeah. Trump is turning 80 in June. Clinton turns 80 in August.
Ouch.
So Bill
Clinton, I got to say then, props Donald Trump to all the people like, he's unhealthy. Like, yeah, but look at Clinton. Like, I would, like, dude, that guy's falling apart.
Bill Clinton has been out of office for 26 years, and he's younger than our current president. Let's just really let that hit for a minute.
That hurts. Thank you.
Do you think Obama's 15 years younger than our president? And Obama hasn't been in there for 12 years now. Yeah, Obama's 64. He's 15 years younger than Trump. W's got to be older than Trump then, right?
W's got to be older, yeah.
He's younger. Well, he's younger by like 2 weeks. He's going to turn 80 on July 6th. So all of our living former presidents are younger. Well, except Biden. Is Biden younger?
I think a couple years younger than them.
No, he's older. He's 83. Holy shit.
A couple years older.
We would have had an 83-year-old in office.
It's again, and we do again. Like, why?
Is HW dead? Did he go yet? I can never remember if HW's dead. George H.W. Bush. No, he died in 2018? I thought I remember him making it through COVID. All right. Never mind. Let's get through some of these. Thank you guys very much. Redbird with $1 says, look at the link. Ukraine is forcibly taking custody of all children in hot zones, regardless of parent consent, and sending them to undetermined safe zones and not allowing the parents to come along. Yeah, that is clearly a human trafficking operation. Dude, not only are we, this is really hard to say, like about your own country, but like, not only do we associate with criminal, disgusting people, but our criminal, disgusting people that we deal with and the shit we do is worse than the people we fight. Like, not only are we the bad guys, I think we might be the evil ones. I think Putin might be more innocent than us.
That's really surprising.
Is Putin enabling child trafficking?
Not that I know of.
Is Putin bombing?
The same about us.
Is Putin bombing? I mean, I know he invaded Ukraine, but that's a country right on his border that was threatening to join an alliance that was created against his country. So he had some. It's not right for him to do that, but it's also not like it's not like us bombing Iran. I think us bombing Iran is worse than them invading Ukraine. And us.
Oh yeah.
We kidnapped Maduro. We've been bombing the Middle East for the last 30 years. Dude, I think we might be worse than Putin. And especially
I really don't want to agree with you.
Dude, the Epstein stuff, Putin wasn't involved with the Epstein stuff.
I'd appreciate if you quit making points because
bombing countries for another country. You know,
yeah, but we've been doing that forever.
Do you understand the entire world?
Like the forming of Israel.
But like the entire world is against Israel. Like even our allies. They believe that the occupation is wrong. We should return to the pre-67 borders. All of that stuff. The only thing protecting Israel is us. The rest of the world thinks they're really, really bad.
Yep.
It's kind of that meet an asshole, you're an asshole, everyone's an asshole kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit. I really wish you wouldn't have sent me that link. That's kind of becoming my thing, like with a lot of this stuff we talk about. Like, I just don't want to know anymore.
It gets hard to even just do like political and serious news because it's getting to the point where it's like, no, because reality, like this thing that I kept asking for, I want to know the truth. I want to know what's going on. And then I learn it and Sam shows right and it's appalling and I'm fucking pissed.
Yeah. Somebody too with $1 says, oh, it's gone, Aaron. Sorry to break the news. Your Twitch just got hit. Oh, no. 191 Redbird with $1 says, I'm sure the records of the kids' locations won't be conveniently blown up. Recent events have brought the American supply of children under too much scrutiny. It's gross, but it's like, is that maybe it? Is that what's going on? Because like, it sounds like that sounds insane.
Guys, they've been looking at all the emails from Epstein. All the code words are blown. All of our local hotspots for grazing free-range children are blown. What are we going to do? Let's just start taking them from war zones. Nobody misses those fucking kids.
But that is how they traffic kids. They have a lot of kids taken from war zones in third world countries get trafficked. And now, but this time the government is making a law saying we can take them away from you. Dude, honestly, as a parent, I'm going to say this. The people of Ukraine should be allowed to shoot any government official who comes to take their kids.
I'm amazed the people of Ukraine aren't like up in arms about this. This seems like a very gross totalitarian thing to do. Even if your auspice is like we're trying to get people out of war zones and get them to yeah, but you're taking children from their families and there's no clear path on those families connecting. And if they were taking people to get them out of the war zone, why wouldn't mom and dad go with? What, are they going to stay and fight?
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, there's a reason that Zelensky's banned elections. I mean...
No, he's just delaying them until the war's over.
Yeah.
The war that never ends.
Miss Tay, thank you for gifting a membership. We appreciate that. Need Trump got that one. Keep gifting those memberships. We appreciate them. That means people on Rumble don't have to watch ads. Raz of Chaz with $1 says, Johnny is funny, but all this Bill shit really needs to be done on Thursday. Missed opportunity. I thought about it, but I was like, God, it's already, we're pushing it. They did these depositions last week. And we did a good job. We did a good job with the Bill stuff. I think we got it taken care of. Plus, Carmack got to give his 2 cents on the matter. And that's what was really important.
And there'll be more stuff by Thursday. It's tomorrow.
Alan says Putin is in the files over 1,000 times. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful. Was he listed as someone who went on a plane ride? Was Putin linked with Epstein? Based on documents released by the U.S. Justice Department, Epstein made extensive years-long efforts to arrange meetings with Russian President Vladimir Putin and build ties with Russian officials. While Putin's name appears over 1,000 times, there is no evidence that Epstein and Putin ever met. So Epstein tried to blackmail him. Again, this was a Mossad operation. He tried to blackmail Putin, and Putin wouldn't meet with him. Honestly, dude, the more I watch Putin, listen to him speak, read up on him, he is a Russian strongman dictator in like the Soviet style.
Right.
But like in terms of the things he says and his corruptibility and everything else, I think in a lot of ways he's more solid than a lot of our leaders.
He does poison his political opponents with strychnine, but the guy doesn't get on a plane.
There is that. He will poison you with strychnine, but he won't molest a kid. Can our leaders say the same?
Unfortunately not, especially the Clintons.
He will poison his opponents with strychnine, but he will not drink their blood.
Okay, manslaughter.
All right, manslaughter. Shuli Madoff with $5. Thank you, Shuli Madoff. He says, Johnny, you should really take a back seat on this. You don't know anything about geopolitics. Johnny, I'm sorry that you had to catch strays on that one, but I will say I appreciate this because he is technically saying then by omission that I do.
Oh.
And that means a lot. So,
well, as long as you're happy, I guess. It's
fuck you, retard.
It's not the first time I've heard that one.
Yeah, but I'm not Digger.
All right. Well,
Redbird with $1 says, remember during the opening of the war, Russia reported finding sites of mass ritual sacrifice and abuse of children? The West quickly dismissed it. Yeah, like the West tried to blame the blowing up of the Keystone XL pipeline on Russia until we got caught doing it.
Right.
Whoops. Camel Toe with $5 says, Johnny is doing great this week. Keep it up, cripple. You the man.
Well, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it.
And the compliment.
And the compliment.
Yeah.
That's great.
I like the $5.
I always appreciate that.
I like the $5. He likes the compliment.
Well, that's the part I get to keep.
Yeah. Be sure you tune in to Just Kidding LLC today at 1 p.m. An American submarine sank an Iranian warship that thought it was safe in international waters. Oh, shit. Is this a video of us sinking a ship? This is from the Department of War's X account. Let's take a look-see. Oh, damn. There's an Iranian warship. There's our submarine scope. Oh, my God.
I don't know if that one's going to pull through after that.
No,
that
that might be a little too much damage for that one to bring her into port.
Oh boy.
One more time. Yeah, no, I don't.
Just like when I come.
Yeah, I don't think. How much sea life do you think died in that attack?
Well, they're in open waters. I don't know. How bad is that shockwave going to move through the ocean?
I don't know.
A lot of the force does go up, There's less pressure there.
Well, they don't have women in their Navy, so if the whole ocean starts smelling like fish, you'll know that they killed a lot of sea life. Miss Tay says, you can't park that here. Yeah, we didn't really give a lot of warning on that one. By the way, why is it when the Germans sank ships with U-boats, that was considered cowardly and dirty and whatever? And
we do it. We're like cool-ass ninjas.
Yeah, I'm not going to even get into that today. All right, we got, oh, by the way, speaking of Epstein depositions, I got one more little piece on this. Then we have to get to our Larry Silverstein thing to complete our 9/11 conversation from yesterday. And then we have the very sad, almost like a funeral kind of a vibe where Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones officially disowned Donald Trump.
Oh.
Like, I said this earlier. They were on together yesterday, and I said this earlier in the show. Alex genuinely seems heartbroken, but you can tell that, like, that gay, petty, bitchy vibe that Fuentes has, he's excited to just kind of dig the knife in.
He's just happy to have something to troll people with.
Yeah, so they were on together, and oh God, I just saw the Silverstein thing. They had to admit, like, this is not what we voted for. I've been waiting for Alex to come out against Trump for a while now because he really disappointed me during the Epstein file stuff.
He really was going to bat for Trump, like Trump's playing 4D chess, and he's doing this stuff deliberately. He's doing this deliberately to put him in a place where they have to release the files, and they're going to release the files. But he's got to say he's against it, otherwise the New World Order will come in and they'll take him out and they'll whack him. So he's got to put up a good face until he's just backed into a corner and, oh my God, my hands are tied. And then he's going to turn around and he's going to take out all the black hats. He's going to take them all down.
Yeah, and then this Iran thing happened, and he's like, "No, I'm pretty sure I just got fucked." But you know, Alex, I think it wasn't really lying or propaganda with Alex. I think he was more a battered woman, and he was making excuses for the abusive partner that he was with. Whereas Nick Fuentes, one thing I kind of respect about him when it comes to politicians and stuff, he will turn on them like that, and I kind of like that he doesn't have a lot of loyalty.
He has no allegiance.
Yeah. So we're going to get to that in just a second. But first, I did want to report this breaking news yesterday afternoon. Howard Lutnick is going to be deposed in the House Epstein investigation. Howard Lutnick is going to go before the House Oversight Committee to talk about his connection to Jeffrey Epstein. I hope they ask him about 9/11. I hope they ask him about Epstein Island. I hope they ask him about all of this stuff because Howard Lutnick, as you know, remember, what's her name? No, the supporter of the IDF, Sheldon's wife, Miriam Adelson. Miriam Adelson paid for Trump's presidency, so she gets to pick his cabinet. That's why you're surrounded by Zionists like Rubio and Huckabee and Lutnick and all these guys. So Lutnick was the head of an international hedge fund called Cantor Fitzgerald before he got into the Trump administration and all that, which had deep, deep, deep ties to Israel. He was on Epstein Island. He had been with Epstein a lot. He's lied about it. He's been caught lying about it multiple times, said he never had any interactions with him. Then he shows up in the files. He has to admit it. Well, you've been to the island. I was on the island once with my wife and kids for lunch, and then we left. Pictures come out of him buddy-buddy with a bunch of people on Epstein Island smiling from ear to ear. And he's had to admit, well, maybe I was there more times than I thought. He also said he cut off contact with Epstein before he was ever convicted of anything. That turned out to be a complete lie. So this Lutnick also had this Cantor Fitzgerald, which was in the Twin Towers. He was there with his employees every single day. The morning of September 11th, Lutnick takes his kid to school. Towers come down. Lutnick now in the Trump administration, pushing for war with Israel, trying to help cover up the Epstein files. Honestly, best case scenario, he feels a dual loyalty to Israel. Worst case scenario, he's an intelligence asset. They're going to get this guy in front of the House Oversight Committee. However, I really don't know, like outside of Massey and Ro Khanna, I don't really know if any of these people have the chops to ask the right questions and press him on the right stuff.
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to actually happen from this.
But I like that he has to at least be made to feel uncomfortable because I really do think Howard Lutnick should be in prison. I think he should be under criminal investigation, and I think charges should come of it. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. So that was something I wanted to break to you guys on because we had that 9/11 conversation yesterday. Then I want to do the Larry Silverstein thing a little later because we kind of left that open-ended. Main Vein with $1 says Putin is the only world leader protecting white Christianity and the one true church, the Orthodox Church. Look, I think that the Pope should meet with the first patriarch. I think we should find a way to, welcome Eastern Orthodoxy back into the Catholic Church and merge them back together again. But look,
I mean, how broken is that bridge? You guys have
it's been broken for 1,000 years.
Okay, so this is going to be a fixer-upper rebuild project. Take a little bit of time.
But we went to help their asses during the Crusades. The Crusades started because Emperor Alexius asked us for help.
Mm-hmm.
And then that gangster, Pope Urban II, was like, let's roll, bitches. We're going to stop killing each other. Knights are going to stop killing knights. Let's go show them what we can do. And then we went and helped the Eastern Orthodox Church. And then in response, they got suspicious of us and they started locking us out of castles and shit. Dicks. And Byzantines. They deserved it. Anyway.
I was waiting to hear about an actual. So literally, we're just doing a favor. Well, I'm not part of. You were just doing a favor and they burned you.
Well,
for it. That's fucked up.
They wanted what the Eastern Orthodox Church wanted was like a commando force. They wanted some special forces to come in and help them fight the Turks off in Anatolia. Instead, what we sent was like tens of thousands of crusaders to take back land in the name of the church.
And they were kind of like, hey.
Well, the Eastern Orthodox.
Until it's our land.
Yeah, the Eastern Orthodox was like, whoa, the Turks are taking land from us. And the Byzantines, they weren't called the Byzantine. I hate it when people call it the Byzantine Empire. That's a name that was given to them after. They called themselves Romans. So okay. the Roman Empire at the time were losing ground to the Turks, the Seljuk Turks. And so they said, hey, Pope, Christian brother, could you send over some help and help us take back some of our land? And instead the Pope was like, 100,000 of you, let's roll. We're going to take back Jerusalem. And Alexios was like, look, I appreciate the help, but it sounds like you guys are taking this land for the Catholic Christian Church. And they're like, yeah, what did you want? No, you were going to take it back for me. And they were like, ooh, you want us to spill Catholic blood for Eastern Orthodox land? Who are you, Israel? And so the Pope was based as hell, and he's like, no. Hey, Byzantine, you guys sit this out. We got you. Now, he was cool. Pope Urban was a gangster. So anyway, Nick Fuentes is off the Trump train. Now, in fairness, Fuentes has been off the Trump train before. Like I said, Fuentes is he's a moody bitch. And he's on, he's off, he's hot and he's cold, he's yes, then he's no, he's in, then he's out, he's up and he's down. He kissed a girl and he didn't like it. So Fuentes went on a rant against Trump, all the shit he's done. And then he went on with Alex Jones, and you really see the juxtaposition of like a Zoomer who's like, this is still fun. I don't have children. I don't have anything invested in this. Yeah, let's knife Trump. He's a piece of shit. Versus a guy with kids who's established, who's middle-aged like Alex Jones, who's like, oh, God, this was kind of what I thought was our last best hope, and now we're fucked. What do we do? So let's go to Nick Fuentes first. Then we'll get Alex Jones's take. But these are two big pieces of the Trump train that have unhitched their carts from the engine.
So Iraq was more popular. Afghanistan was more popular. I think Syria was more popular. Midnight Hammer was more.
I'll be honest, I don't think most people knew that Syria was even happening.
Yeah, Syria's more of a surprise.
And kind of.
That was Obama, wasn't it?
I think
no, Trump went into Syria.
It started, Obama had the red line, remember? Chemical weapons. Yeah. And then we staged a chemical weapons attack. I still don't think Bashar Assad. That was kind of the first time I became blackpilled on like conspiracies and shit. Was I was like, oh, they're saying Assad, we want to get rid of this Assad guy. Now we're saying he used chemical weapons on these rebels. That doesn't really make sense why he would do that. I don't think he's gassing these people. I think we might be doing that to get our, because Obama didn't want to get involved.
Right.
Obama wanted to stay out of Syria. And then he said, well, my red line is chemical weapons. So then the international cabal that runs everything went, oh, really?
He's using chemical weapons now.
Hey, well, guess what? It's weird that you say that, Barack. I think he just used chlorine gas on those people. And Obama,
That's convenient.
And then Obama's like, fuck, I don't want to get involved. So we did drone strikes and stuff like that. Well, anyway, Fuentes is right. Like, usually a war is most popular when it first starts and then gets less popular over time. So the fact that it's like 27% of Americans approve of this Iran thing right now. And now when we get to the Iran war updates later today, there's more dead. I think we're up to 9. And it climbing. We're less than a week into this thing. It's going to get less and less popular the longer it goes on.
More popular. You just look at Trump and you're filled with disgust. You look at him, he's a totally diminished figure. Watching him on Friday declare this war in his sad little hat, no tie, with a black curtain. He's 80 years old. He doesn't even care. He's at a ceremony today, pinning a medal on a soldier, slurring his words, stumbling over his speech. You look at this guy and you're like, who are you? Seriously, who are you? What?
I think that's a big question. Like, I think people kind of learned, it was almost instantaneous for me. Like, after like the first month or two of this term, I was like, this is a different guy. This is a different vibe. This is different supporting characters. And remember, the first term, he didn't keep a lot of his promises. The economy was just good before COVID. That's what saved him. But like, he didn't drain the swamp. He didn't, take a knife to government or anything like that. And then this second term, we're not even getting the good economy to go with it. And we're getting foreign wars. And we're getting the covering up dirty, corrupt, swamp-like behavior. I mean, you could argue the swamp's never been more in charge than they are now.
Swamp's overflowing.
Yeah.
This.
And we had people like telling me, always saying, well, you gotta realize you had the Alex Joneses, he's playing 4D chess. You had people explaining it away in the beginning. So for me, I'm always like, well, wait a minute. This is the opposite of what we had hoped for and the opposite of what people supported. This is the opposite. This is the opposite. Right. Except for the ICE thing. I don't think anyone was really screaming this is the opposite, except the people that hated it from the start. So it's just every time though, it's like, oh no, it's 4D chess. Oh no, it's the Congress. He can't pass Doge. He can't enforce that. It's Congress. Like, right, but we knew that wasn't going to happen in the beginning then anyway. Why did he promise it? So it's harder for some people because they've been convincing themselves that what's happening either isn't Donald's fault or there's again 4D chess secret move, and we'll see it come around. We just have to wait.
It's actually scary. It's actually disturbing. And the reason I say that I've witnessed this my whole life, I've watched all these developments. I watched the original nuclear deal get signed, and I heard all the arguments about it then. And we watched Trump.
And by the way, I think the anti-war Republicans, and I'm impressed by this, are actually starting to give Obama some credit and come to the table and say, look, that Iran nuclear deal, that was a good deal. And you can tell it was a good deal. We weren't as skeptical of Israel back then as we are now. So we were like, hey, why are you doing this? Why are you unfreezing their accounts? People said, oh, we gave pallets of cash to Iran. That was their money. That was their money that we had frozen. So we signed this deal, and in exchange for giving them these frozen funds, they said, we're not going to enrich uranium past this point. And Obama said, we'll let you enrich it so that you can have nuclear power, because as an oil power, Iran would like to sell to the international market as much of their oil as they can, and they don't want to use a lot of oil. They'd like to use nuclear power so that they can export all of their oil.
Right. So, it's their main commodity. They don't have much else to sell.
Right. So Obama said, all right, we'll let you enrich enough uranium for nuclear power. But if you just research the difference between percentage level of enrichment for nuclear power versus a nuclear weapon, it's not even close. Like, you can't even get close enriching it for power. So we had a good deal. It was working great. Iran wasn't a threat to anyone. And then all of a sudden, Trump gets into power. Netanyahu says, I don't like this deal. The Adelsons and the Ellisons don't like the deal. So Trump tears it up and replaces it with nothing. And it sets us on this footing for war. And the reason Trump had to tear up the deal is because under that deal, Iran had to prove they weren't enriching uranium past a certain point in order to, keep the funds unfrozen and keep the trade going. with the JCPOA torn up, there was no way for us to check, so we could make the accusation that Iran was building a nuke. We didn't have to have any proof. Meanwhile, if the JCPOA was still in place, there would have been evidence. Iran would have said, no, we're clearly not. You know this. You check on us. So it all was just a really dirty, nasty long game.
Come down the escalator in 2015, in June, and he said, we should have never went to Iraq. There were no weapons of mass destruction. They knew there were no weapons of mass destruction. We don't have it. We spent all this money. And to think 10 years later, we're doing this? You look at Trump and it's like, I don't know you.
Yeah, that's international politics. That's blackmail. That's business. Whatever you want to call it. Money talks. And, Fuentes is a young guy. I didn't learn this shit until well into my 30s, and he's in his late 20s. And there's still that naivete of not knowing that the campaign promises you made and the things you told people you will do, once a donor gives you $250 million, you don't give a shit about your promises anymore. These people do not give these politicians this much money because, gee golly, I think they're swell. They're buying something. And Miriam Adelson bought a lot. If we could just reverse Citizens United and cap any kind of and publicly fund campaigns, I would love if there was no private contributions.
Right? It's just publicly funded.
Yep.
You get this much money to run for government. May the best person win. It's almost the purest form of capitalism and democracy that you have. We all have the same chance.
Right. And then it doesn't violate the First Amendment because everyone has equal rights. None of you can contribute to political campaigns. Nobody can. You have the same rights as the other guy. You can't do it. It's an election. It's sacrosanct. And then force these fucking old men. You got to fly around the country. You got to ride Amtrak all around the country. You got to go to places. You got to shake hands. You got to kiss babies. You got to make stump speeches. You got to, we're going to have 10 debates. None of these fucking commercials where we get to lie all the time.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you are.
That's Nick Fuentes talking to a vagina, by the way. Sorry, Nick. I apologize.
You are demonic. You are a demonic force. And what's really freaky is now he's always talking about...
Okay, wait. I want to go back to that whole clip because I just realized that really does encapsulate his relationship with pussy. Let's go back.
You look at Trump and...
Okay, wait. Okay, right here. Nick Fuentes talking to a vagina.
And it's like, I don't know you. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you are. You are demonic. You are a demonic force. And what's really...
Leading men astray.
It's a
primrose path.
Honestly, Nick, that's okay. You being a Catholic virgin and all, because even those of us who have gotten pussy would probably still agree with that statement. Fair enough.
Is now he's always talking about going to heaven. I'm not going to heaven. Yeah, I think you might be right about that because you are a demonic force. You are a liar. You are diabolical. You are a traitor.
Damn, yo. So Nick
closing the pearly gates on Trump, that's not going to help him.
Like Michael P.S. Hayes closing the cage door on Kerry Von Erich. By God. $1 from the Grand Poobah says the Vatican and Orthodox Patriarchy have been working to build a stronger relationship for the past couple of years. There's even been talks of celebrating a mass together on Easter. The first patriarch and the Pope saying mass together. That would be great. I would love that. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Let's unite the church and then declare a holy war on Israel. I'm kidding. Onehead Rex says, I'm partial to Leo X. I think Leo is a good pope. I do. I mean, not only did Pope Leo come out against this Iran thing like the next day, I don't know if you were with us this morning when I talked about this or if you were just coming on. Pope Leo X was offered a spot on that peace board in the Middle East.
Oh, yeah, I know about this. He turned down the peace board.
He said no. He goes, this sounds political. I'm not going to be a part of it.
Well, I'm not surprised. He tried to, him and like a bunch of people at the Vatican tried to like donate food and supplies, to do very Christian stuff to the people suffering in Gaza during that whole thing when it was going on. They even sent one of the old Pope mobiles down there to be like a makeshift ambulance.
Oh.
And Israel wouldn't allow them to do that.
Well, I'll tell you this. Israel's been bombing Catholic churches in Gaza, too.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah. I mean, they've gone from spitting on Christians to just openly bombing their churches. Thanks a lot. So here we go. Now we have the summit of the sad man and the angry man. We got Alex Jones talking to Fuentes. They're talking about Trump. They're talking about how upset they are over what he's been doing. And I just get two different vibes from the guys. By the way, 625, thank you very, very much. Keep hitting like, keep hitting follow. And hey, double digits away, guys. I appreciate that. Keep it up. Keep it going. Let's roll. Here's Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes talking about how they're off the Trump train.
And I'm watching it sink by its own doing.
He sounds like he's crying already.
And so this is horrifying. And so, but I can't sign on to covering up Epstein. I can't sign on to World War III. And so that's why I tried to promote the optimism, because I fucking need this, man.
Oh, dude, he is gonna cry.
I want to fix the country. I want to turn it around. So it's not that I was delusional. And I still hope we can turn it around, but I just, sorry, go ahead. You get what I'm saying?
I
It's about to
feel
pull
that.
Glenn Beck. I'm sorry,
He is.
but I love this country.
He is. I feel that too, because I feel the same way Alex does. I want something positive to hold on to. But I also can't be a dummy.
Right. Well, that's the thing I keep saying when people are like, well, see, would you rather have had Kamal? Like, no, you don't understand. There's a difference between supporting or voting for someone who's going to do stuff you're actively against, and then going, well, that would have been better than the guy who lied to your face when you voted for Hope. It's like, no,
Right.
you got had. That's different.
Yeah.
I get it. And listen, like I said, I don't think that everybody that supported Trump was being dismissive about these concerns. I get it. We all wanted to believe. I was 18 years old when Trump ran in 2016. And I remember getting in fights with people. This is my whole life too. At 18 years old, I wore the MAGA hat at Boston University, one of the most liberal campuses in the country.
Look, and Nick Fuentes rode hard for Trump. He got banned off of every platform back in Trump.
He's taking his licks for it.
Yeah. Now, some people criticize him. They say he's a Fed because he was at January 6th and he never went to jail. I don't know. I think he's a shitty Fed, if he is one,
Yeah, he is. I will say, though, it would make sense for the way he started really blowing up and then all of a sudden just kind of sabotaged his career. Like it was some sort of counter opposition thing. Like
that is a good point.
I'm gonna make this side look bad with the stuff I'm pulling now.
That is a good point. Like people, if he is a Fed and he's controlled opposition, they probably saw him blowing up and they were like, Nick, we didn't realize how much people were fed up with our Israel bullshit and how much they were actually going to like what you were saying. We're going to need you to we're going to need you to self-sabotage. If you could say some stuff about how you're okay with having sex with teenagers, that would be great. If you could wear an Epstein pullover and just be a complete cunt about it, that would be good. And I'm not saying Nick has fallen off, but his ascension has been stalled for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
And became a pariah on my college campus.
Something you sacrificed. It's sad to see something you fought and bled for die.
Yeah, and that's my whole adult life. I know that's a huge part of your life also, and now we're witnessing it's totally unraveling. It's an utter and complete betrayal. It's heartbreaking in many ways.
And when I try to salvage it with people, I get attacked as a liberal, which is when these people doing that can't even find Iran on a fucking map.
Yeah, well, what's called for is for us to be sober-minded about the entire thing, because there's a lot of Trump haters.
I've been a realist the whole time, but was hoping, and now I'm just not even hoping. I'm just going to be a realist.
Yeah, I mean, and really, it's okay to have hope. I mean, we hope for a better future, but we got to be brutally honest about what this administration has become.
Yeah, and it is Nick is kind of smirky about it, and he's Nick's one of those guys he'd rather say I told you so than have things go well. Whereas Alex is he's crying, man. Alex is sobbing. This is breaking his heart because he just wanted things to go well. He just wanted good things to happen, and he was given a little bit of that hopium, and he huffed it so hard, and now they're going to take it away from him.
A lot of us did, man. Some people are still huffing the hopium. I feel like the people who have like the Trump derangement syndrome to the people that are still just like, no, 110%, what he's doing is right. Trump rocks, America rules, USA, boo boo. Like, cool. Glad you have hope that this whole thing is going to turn around. But for a lot of us, yeah, we saw it as, I saw it as like a Jesse Ventura-esque thing. Like he's outside the establishment. The whole bullet grazing thing really helped sell this guy is not status quo, because it seemed like the status tried to quo him.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, so yeah, I believe that this guy's really going to do the different stuff. And everybody used the best excuse that you could for, well, his first term, you know, he was trying to run for re-election, so he had to play the game. He had to swim through the swamp. This is second term, no rules. What I say goes, fuck all you. And it's like, okay, so this time he's really going to do the stuff. Let's see it happen.
Yeah. And I look at it outside of Trump, who's left that could take anything on, like Thomas Massey. And that's the thing. You can neutralize any one of these guys with cash.
Right? The beautiful thing about this is that Trump coming into like power the way he did, and the large amount of support that he had from people wanting it to be outside of the system. In the beginning, he kept pulling up more outside the system, don't play the game people, and we kept weeding them out. So in a weird way, it's almost like it was, again, as if it was a controlled opposition tinfoil hat theory. It was a great way to get any of the people that don't go along with the game out of the way.
Yeah. Let's go into some of this stuff. Red Fox Mad, thank you for the $4.99. Guys, I can't say yet because you guys have been kicking ass so much today. We're down to double digits. Finish it up. Thank you guys for your contributions. Thank you for your generosity. If I could steer you in one direction, 68 memberships away from 500. Let's beef that up a little bit. And at the same time, notch a win for the toe. Thank you. Red Fox Mad says over on the YouTube end, says, Aaron, go to this church. They do not believe in Vatican II and the new Mass. Peter's seat is still empty. Let's take a look. It's called Immaculate Conception, CMRI.com. It says Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. Where is this joint? Wednesday, March 4th. I don't know anything about it. I don't know where this place. I need some info here. Red Fox Mad, what's up? Welcome.
Is it an online church?
The Faith, Parish Life, Latin Mass Directory. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's a bunch of Catholic churches that don't believe in Vatican II. So this is like Mel Gibson's Catholic Church.
So now, does the Pope go with Vatican II, and does that cause issues for you?
No, the Pope doesn't go Vatican II. There's nowhere in Minnesota. They don't have a Minnesota one.
That sucks.
There is no Minnesota one. Yeah, they still do the Latin Mass and all that stuff, and they're nice to, Jews and whatnot.
Nobody's perfect.
Someone's saying they do the Latin Mass in Sartell. No, I know there's a Latin Mass place in Minnesota. It's just not with that
on the list.
Particular church. Yeah. So yes. All right. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. Let's finish up our 9/11 talk from yesterday, and then let's rally up and let's go crazy and let's get nuts. Thank you guys so much for all of your contributions today. It's been wild. It's been off to a great start, and it's been consistent ever since. This is honestly, we're just a couple bucks away from me saying this is the perfect way to do a show. So thank you to all of you who have contributed so far.
Thank you.
The rest of you, finish it up. We'll call this thing a win for the toe. So yesterday we pointed out that Howard Lutnick, Cantor Fitzgerald, let all of his employees die in the 9/11 attacks. He conveniently had to take his son to school that day, even though he was in the office every day. Larry Silverstein, the owner of the World Trade Towers. Now, they look at this guy a lot when they talk about the conspiracy theories as to what brought down the towers. Larry Silverstein was going to have to spend a fortune stripping the asbestos out of, or did spend a fortune, I think, stripping the asbestos.
No, because the asbestos hadn't been entirely removed. It caused people with breathing problems.
Oh, that's right. Okay. So he was going to have to spend a lot of money on this asbestos. And instead, what he decided, and also the World Trade Towers had a lot of open floors. They had a lot, it was not the financial boon that it was when it was built in the 1970s. It was starting to fade a little bit. So Larry Silverstein took out a policy against terrorism. Took out an insurance policy against terrorism for billions of dollars. I believe Larry Silverstein walked away from 9/11 $4 billion richer because of the attacks. Well, Larry Silverstein, you might be asking, Howard Lutnick wasn't in the tower that day? What about Larry Silverstein? What about the captain going down with his ship? Larry Silverstein had breakfast in the North Tower when he had on every single business day. Let's figure out what happened on 9/11, shall we?
This man is named Larry Silverstein, and he is both the dumbest and the luckiest businessman in the world. He's the stupidest businessman in the world because 6 weeks before 9/11, he buys the lease to the World Trade Center. Okay? Why is that stupid? Because the World Trade Center has asbestos, like a dangerous chemical. So they had to clean or remove the asbestos. The problem is the cost of removing all that asbestos would have been more than the value of the Twin Towers. That's kind of stupid, okay? Why would you lease the Twin Towers knowing that you have to put all this money into renovation?
Correct me if I'm wrong. He bought it from the Port Authority. I want to say the Port Authority owned the lease to the World Trade Center towers,
which would bankrupt you. Also, what's stupid is to have the lease, you're required to have insurance. Okay? And so the insurance company says, we value the World Trade Center at $1.5 billion, okay? And Larry Silverstein says, no, it's not $1.5 billion. They are worth $3.5 billion. So he is asking to pay more insurance than he needed to.
Why would you do that? Who would do that? Who would, if someone tells you your home is valued at $200,000 and we're going to charge you the premiums for that insurance, why would you say, no, I want to pay more for my insurance?
Well, I guess like the only thing that would make sense to me is if you thought your house was suddenly going to burn down, you wouldn't have the money to build it back again because they're undervaluing your property.
Exactly. Or you couldn't get as big of a payday if you thought your house was going to burn down. So if Larry Silverstein thought the Twin Towers were going to be knocked down or something like that, he might want to get extra insurance so he could take home more money. In 6 weeks, you're not going to pay a lot in premiums.
That's kind of stupid.
Now, and why would you buy a building that was riddled with asbestos that had to be removed due to regulations if the asbestos removal was worth more than the building? Doesn't make sense.
But again, he's the luckiest man in the world because 9/11 happens, and guess what? He can now claim that 2 towers were struck, and therefore he should get twice as much as $3.55 million. He should get $7 billion. And he sued, they went to court, and he got $4.55 billion. Okay? He's also lucky because he's a workaholic, he never misses work, but that day, because of a dermatology appointment, he had to miss work. He wasn't there when 9/11 happened. The luckiest man in the world.
So remember yesterday I said I had aspersions on Larry Silverstein because I didn't know what his schedule was. I didn't know if he was like Howard Lutnick and he just conveniently...
God, no, dude, dirty, so dirty.
How am I not supposed to think that Israel had something to do with September 11th? And that guys like... How did guys like this know unless they were Mossad, unless they had connections to Israel, unless Israel wanted to protect these guys, what have you? How am I supposed to believe that these guys and a couple of other guys took that day off conveniently? They both had that day off conveniently. And that 20 Muslims got into planes, flew them into the towers, and knocked them down that day. And then another building that was hit with so much debris, that got knocked down too. First time that's ever happened in human history. How am I supposed to believe that 12 muzzies in a cave, Tony Stark? No, how am I supposed... I'm sorry, but I want to believe the official story. I do, but make it make sense.
But it's a lie.
Don't just sell me a bunch of bullshit that I look at and go, that's clearly not what happened. Make me believe it. Do some work. How did these Mossad agents, how did these dual citizenship... Well, here, let's just find out. Howard Lutnick Mossad. Let's just see if there's any connection. It's facing bipartisan scrutiny. Epstein connections. Well, I mean, the Epstein connection is enough for a Mossad connection right there. I'm sorry. Obviously,
Right.
how we're Larry Silverstein, is he a dual citizen?
Oh, I bet he is.
No public record of it. Good for him. Good for him. But how did these guys all walk away from this unscathed? They walk away super fucking rich.
Because they're in bed with the same military-industrial complex on our side that let it happen. So there was no way you could report it. It's like, oh, well, if we know this is going to happen and everybody's going to let it happen for their own political aims, we might as well make a buck or two.
Just don't get it. Just don't get it.
Deal.
Red Fox Mad with $5 over on YouTube says address in this Google search, Sartell, Minnesota, Immaculate Conception Christian Church. Here we go. This Immaculate Conception Traditional Catholic Church. So they're doing the Latin Mass and the whole deal. What's their schedule looking like? Sartell Traditional Catholic Mass. Immaculate Conception Traditional. Yeah, when do I need to know when they open and shit. Yeah, it would be nice if they had a mass schedule somewhere on their website. Red Fox Mad, the faith, media, parish, clergy and religious, Latin Mass directory. Do they put the mass up online? Can I check that out? I mean, I'd like to go in person. Oh, yeah, here you go. March 1st. Father Pardue. So this guy's he's Latining it up, huh? Let's see. Wouldn't it be shitty if they had an ad?
Have mercy on me, O God, according to thy great mercy.
Whoa, are we?
For I know my iniquity.
I thought we were doing.
It doesn't sound like Latin.
It doesn't sound like Latin to me.
And my sin is always before me. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Somebody shut that baby up.
During Lent, we do penance for our sins and meditate upon the sufferings of Christ, the passion of Christ, which we.
Okay, so I guess we're not. This one doesn't go all the way in the paint with the Latin Mass.
Okay,
that much we know. Dubnot with $5 says this is the best pro LGBTQ channel on this app. Hit thumbs up to show your support. Yes, hit thumbs up in the chat if you think the host is a homosexual. How's that?
Yep.
Let's do that. You guys are getting closer and closer. Keep going. I'm loving those fives. I'm loving it, loving it, loving it. Keep it going. We've almost got ourselves what I think would be the perfect morning show today. Thanks a million. Mikey Two Milks with $1 says, Toe, I sent a link to your Facebook DM. Listen on your own time. You'll love it. Oh, God, listen on my own time. That feels like it's calling out to me to check it out.
Now.
Right? Like, how does someone say something like, check it out on your own time? Come on. I gotta take a look,
you gotta
right?
see what it is.
It's just immediately just like a genocide denial. It's like shit that just gets you wiped off of YouTube immediately.
Oh, shit.
On your own time, lyrically, you'll love it. Let me mute it real quick. Let's see what it's called. It's a 7-minute long video. There's a lunar eclipse. Chris Webby raw thoughts. All right. Well, I don't want to get popped. So maybe he's right. Maybe we chill on that one. All right, let's open up a couple of fun stories, a couple of silly stuff. Oh, we got some Somali fraud to cover today too, and it's Somali fraud in Minnesota. So we got that coming up in just a little bit here. We'll probably get to that by the time Johnny has to head out, and then after Johnny heads out, it looks like we'll be getting to our Iran updates.
Nice
for today, so Johnny won't have to see any of the depressing shit. All right, guys, you get after it. Let's do it. Keep going. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're still up over 600 people for the day, which is fantastic. So keep that up and let's call it a win for the toe. I have to do this, have to do it. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus with no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free, and mold-free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio. And grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. 1775coffee.com/studio. Thank you, 1775 Coffee. All right, let's do... anytime a Twitter link disappears between the time I grab it for the show and the time I go to play it, it's just somebody who got locked. I was going to have some fun. This was going to be kind of we hit them with a bunch of heavy shit today. It was going to be a silly little clip.
Right.
It was somebody who got trapped in a grocery store overnight and they recorded it and posted clips of the whole thing. That doesn't sound so awful to me. If you got
you take that down.
I don't know. But if you got your wallet on you and your phone's charged up, I mean, getting locked in a grocery store overnight seems like kind of a vacation day, sort of.
Nowhere comfortable to sit or lay down, I guess, but.
Yeah, yeah, no. There are. I was going to say.
Unless they got those fucking massage chairs in the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You kind of have to sleep almost on the conveyor belt at the checkout.
Right.
They might have some blankets on an end cap or something. Who knows? But either way, you always got something to eat no matter what you want. You've got, obviously, your phone. You can be entertained. You can watch videos and stuff, whatever you want to do. You got your wallet on you. You're not stealing anything. You can pay for whatever it is you use when they open up open up the grocery store. You just got to worry about scaring the living shit out of someone.
Yeah.
When they open it up. It's difficult to approach anyone without freaking them out. But I guess they took that one down. What are you going to do? So now we go right into the Somali fraud. So This one is real close to home. This is a St. Cloud one. This is a guy. This is that Midtown, I think it was called Star Autism Center. And it was in the Midtown Mall in St. Cloud. And they got caught just doing the same fraud thing that we've been uncovering with a lot of Somali businesses. Overbilling, making up times, making up people. The thing about Somali fraud that gets me is that they're so easy to catch because they're so fucking greedy. They take such big chunks at one time. It raises alarm bells. It's like these city treasurers who are the city treasurer part-time. And over 3 years, they'll steal $150,000. It's dude, you're a treasurer of a small town. They're going to notice 50 grand. Steal 1,500 here, 2,500 here. And over 10 years, you steal 30, 40 grand. They're never going to notice it. And you get to take a little vacation every year. All right. Make it your little vacation fund, right? Just pad the numbers.
Or go big and get caught.
And the thing, I was talking to SP about this yesterday. She was asking, she goes, this guy ripped off $6 million. What did he do with the money? I had to think about it for a minute. The thing they do with the Somalis do with the money that's kind of brilliant is they buy real estate in Kenya. So when they get caught for the fraud, I don't think you can take that away from them.
Nope.
You can't seize that property. I always wondered why they did that. I was like, why are Somalis coming here defrauding systems and then buying homes in Kenya? And it's
you can't seize that asset.
Right. You cannot seize that. And I don't think you can get the Kenyan government to seize the asset.
You'd have to have the American government go in and seize. And when are we going to find the time? We're too busy attacking Iran.
And
So we
yeah,
can't go
and then
there.
what does the American government want to do? Sell houses in Kenya?
In
Fuck
Kenya?
that.
Yeah.
No, thank you. So it is kind of brilliant. So this guy can go to prison.
Mm-hmm.
He'll go to prison for 10 years or so. I don't know, maybe like 10 years. He'll get out in 7, 5, whatever, and he can go to his nice new house in Kenya that might be, might have bags of cash in it. We don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of a brilliant hustle. So let's find out a little more about this Somali fraud scheme in a state that just didn't give a shit, didn't catch it until it was at $6 million.
In our
Spare
own
money
town.
Stolen by a supposed autism clinic, and the company's owner just pleaded guilty. Abdi Najid Yusuf, only 28 years old, was the CEO of Star Autism Center in St. Cloud.
When the 28-year-old guy who runs an autism center in bumfucked Minnesota is driving around in a luxury car, that's a good time to ask questions.
Well, you don't want to be racist.
I don't think autism center managers are like rolling in dough.
He was.
That's that guy who pretended that a bunch of white MAGA guys broke into his home healthcare business, and they stole all the documents that the federal government needed to unfreeze his Medicaid dollars. Oh, wouldn't you know, those racists who know exactly where to go to get all your employment data. Son of a bitch.
The second man charged with defrauding Minnesota's autism programs. I was at his court hearing.
How much of the $6 million did you keep for yourself? How much are you going to be able to pay back?
Yusuf and what he describes as investors ran the scheme for 4 years while they claimed to help kids with autism.
By the way, when he says investors, these are people who like would use their children and sign them in to his autism center. They'd sign off on a bunch of shit and he'd give them a cut. They're not investors who gave him any money. They just gave him the names and the dates and the hours that he needed to take the money from Medicaid.
They were more like employees in the fact that they provided a service and he paid them for it.
By the way, we talked about healthcare, like government healthcare. Let me amend that statement. Until our government needs to get a hold on this shit before we give $500 billion a year to a Medicare program that will give people basic insurance. Because you think the fraud is bad now, put another $500 billion a year in the box and see what happens.
In reality, Star Autism hired family members as young as 18, totally unqualified to work there. They recruited Somali families to enroll their kids. And if the kids didn't have an autism diagnosis, Star Autism fraudulently got those diagnoses.
Okay, so this is another brilliant thing that the Somali community did. And they basically played on white guilt to do this. A lot of Somalis set up their own autism clinics that would diagnose kids with autism. And when we said, hey, wait a minute, you can't do that, there needs to be a medical diagnosis, they would just tell us, oh no, your process doesn't do it in an Islamic way. It's against our religion. So you need to let us set up Islamic friendly ways of diagnosing autism. And here was their Islamic friendly way of diagnosing autism in Minnesota. They just go, looks like your kid has autism. Praise be to Allah.
Better bill the state for it.
Right. So anytime since like 2015 that we've tried to get a handle on this, and people have testified to this, Tom Emmer, Jason Lewis, many others, anytime the state of Minnesota would go, hey, you can't do that, or hey, we need to be able to check that, CARE would file lawsuits. They'd declare that Minnesota was being Islamophobic. And because we're such a liberal state, that's where you hit us, is right in the white guilt. And people would back off.
Mm-hmm.
Until we find out that you made $6 million fucking dollars of government money on your autism center in St. Cloud, Minnesota. And the federal government goes, all right, no, we're stepping in. This is bullshit. And it makes, every time we convict one of these guys, it makes the state of Minnesota look so bad because the feds had to come in and tell us what's what before we did anything.
And I can't wait to see the Minnesota liberal, probably female judge that throws out this ruling because golly gee shucks darn it was prejudicial and racist.
Well, now in fairness, this was a guilty plea.
Right, but I wouldn't be surprised for a second if they found a way to finagle that too. I'm sure they're not normally supposed to, but
like he was coerced or something. He was too stupid and Muslim to know what he was doing.
When's the last time you remember any court case where a judge completely unrelated with it just goes, no, I don't like how this turned out, I'm vetoing the whole thing?
Yeah, that would be just those two liberal judges here in Minnesota would be the only time that that's ever happened.
So I wouldn't be surprised if I see it a third time.
Those families then received a kickback, also paid for with taxpayer money. Some of the reimbursements they turned in were blatantly fraudulent. Yusuf claimed one employee provided 430 hours of autism services in a single month.
Okay, that's how they get caught. Stupid shit like that. What's 40 hours a week, right?
Right.
That's 160 hours a month.
Yes.
If this guy was working 80 hours a week, if he was working 16-hour days, that leaves 8 to eat, sleep, shower, whatever. Well, never mind. Let's say he works 80 hours a week. That's 320. So if we're going 40 more, that's 120, that's 480. So this guy was working 24 hours. The motherfucker was never sleeping. I guess he was working and had his YouTube set to 2x mode. So he was able, yeah, I guess he was able to pull off that amount of hours. But like, that's why these Somalis keep getting caught. People are like, why are you picking on Somalis? Because they're too retarded to do fraud right. If you did it the way white and black people do it, you'd be picking 2.5 hours here, 2.5 hours there. It would take years for you to catch that kind of a fraud scheme. But because you guys go, 460 hours in a month, that's how much you work. And it's like, do you guys just want to, can we just open the jail cell and you walk in? Because the fact that you're going to make us spend taxpayer dollars proving that you're a retard is really offensive.
It is just a touch.
Oh, man. A guy with that much autism shouldn't be allowed to run an autism facility.
I hate to defend him, but I'm going to be honest. If he worked that many hours in a month, he kind of deserves the money.
Autism services in a single month. And another provided autism services 270 consecutive days without a day off.
Wow.
What do you want us to do? Shut up. I love that Johnny's just taking the perspective of Aaron. These are just really hard.
Really earn this money. Like fucking rain, sleet, snow. Nothing's going to stop me from helping them retarded kids.
I love how Johnny's just like, oh man, I don't know what the problem is. Sounds like a really hardworking guys to me. These guys don't take a break. 270 days without a day off. Boy, he really just wants to help autistic kids.
That's commitment.
He also claimed one worker gave 23 hours of services in a single day.
You need to get some sleep, Yusuf. I must help the retarded children.
I must help the kids with autism. It is my calling from Allah. Okay. I'm going to say this as sensitive as I can, as politically correct as I can. These people add nothing to our country and culture.
No. What, you don't love rice and bananas, you fucking bigot?
Contribute nothing. There is nothing you couldn't remove that is Somali from the United States today that we would ever fucking notice was gone.
Well, except the rice and the bananas.
And the smell. But other than that, and the shitty driving. Oh, and all the young 18 to 25-year-old white Americans that could have trucking jobs that would be able to pay their bills so they wouldn't turn to drugs and fentanyl and shit. Yeah.
Well, one thing, though, just let's slow your roll on the whole driving thing, okay? Even if we got rid of every single Somalian in this entire fucking country, women still get driver's licenses.
We'll work on that next, but right now, one problem at a time.
And 22.5 hours of services on another day. Yusuf spent $100,000 of taxpayer money on a Freightliner semi-truck. And
all right, well, that tracks.
He's 8-wheel pimping, you know?
And then he spent another $5,000 bribing a Department of Transportation official to give one of his friends a CDL license to drive that truck.
Sent another $200,000 to Kenya.
Bingo! There it is. 200 grand to Kenya. There's no C's in that bitch. Good luck getting that back.
Although the estimated amount of fraud within the EIDBI or autism programs in Minnesota is astounding.
I love how the program almost sounds like a Somali program. EIDB.
The
EIDB program.
In Minnesota is astounding. Only 2 people have been charged so far, Yusuf and Asha Hassan. Now both of them have pleaded guilty. When asked by the judge if those investors will be indicted, the prosecutors said yes.
Are you going to testify?
Well, it's easier to get those people now that you have the top guy convicted.
Yeah, the top two guys have pled guilty. It's going to be a lot easier to be like, all right, you were involved in this and it was hinky. What the fuck were you doing?
Well, I think the second person was a woman. The name was Asha. I'm thinking it's his wife.
Maybe.
Against the other defendants?
Yusuf is likely looking at about 5 years in prison when he's sentenced. I'm Lou Ragu.
So, 5 years in prison. He'll get out in 2 or 3, and he can go to Kenya in his nice mansion that he built himself.
And in my theory, he's probably got like a mill or two stashed aside with that $200,000 property.
Well, what? They said he stole $6 million, right?
Yeah.
You'd better have fucking duffel bags in that house.
I'm guessing there's people higher up the chain that helped him figure out how to set up and do all this stuff. And he's been giving kickbacks to them. We'll see if they get brought in on this. But yeah, I've got to think, if you stole $6 million in your fraud pyramid scheme, even if somehow half of that goes to operating costs and paying people off, you still got like $3 million you should have somewhere.
Right. It is possible to seize foreign houses in a fraud case, but the process is complex and depends heavily on international cooperation and legal treaties. U.S. federal prosecutors can, under certain circumstances, use civil and criminal forfeiture laws to target assets located outside the United States. It sounds like it probably not in this case.
Wing and a prayer. How's Kenya doing on that process?
Yeah, we'll see. Brewer says they should get a year for every 50 grand that they stole. Well, and again, it's like you just swung for the fences so hard. Like, how were we not supposed to catch you?
And I got to say, like, we were talking about this on my show yesterday with the theory of like walking out if you've got a couple mil stashed somewhere that they're not going to get back. Like when you're his age, would you give up 5 years in prison for that?
Right. And again,
I feel like we're not going to stir people away from doing it.
And again, it's going to be more like 2 or 3.
Right. But just operate on the idea that he's going to do the whole 5, just because if you commit to that and you only do 2 or 3, that's pennies from heaven. Now you're just out.
Yeah, that's true. Redbird says, Aaron, does this offend you that we're exploiting your condition for money? That look, you know what? I think as long as $75 more come in the next half hour and change, and if we can do it before the 5-minute segment, 75 comes, I'm a happy guy.
Happy camper.
I'm a happy guy. That's like 3 gifted memberships of 5 on Rumble. So like 3 more of those. So like 3 of you decide. One of you decides to gift 5 memberships. No, I fucked that. No, my math is right on that. If one of you does it, then we're 2 away. Then a second one does it, and then a third one. Then we're done, and we don't even have to do the rally segment. So, or if you just want to do it 1 membership at a time or $5 at a time, both of those are fine. All of those options are fine with me. But we're doing much better than yesterday, and I'd like to get one of these KO'd before the rally point. Although I am in a great mood. Thank you. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Johnny, you are all wrapped up. We're going to do a war update. We're going to watch black people fuck up a funeral. We got a lot of stuff to do still to come on the show today. You've got 1 o'clock today, Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
All right. But everybody tune into that, and we'll see Johnny again on Monday. He's already done for the week. What a lucky cunt he is. And then we got Oz coming in tomorrow at 6 a.m. So thank you very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Joey Caravello's mommy says, we know the fucking math. I know, but I don't. I didn't ever question once whether you knew the math. I had to say it out loud so I could prove that I knew it. By the way, I was going to read something that Joey Caravello's mommy wrote in the chat, but Miss Tay wrote just now. She writes, kick rocks, wheelie. That's fucking mean. Joey Caravello's mommy says, thank Johnny for making you $100. I did. And if one more person wants to give us $100 because of how great Johnny is, well, then I'd say that's about it. All right, let's go and check out. Oh, I'm also, if we have time today, I'm going to sympathize with Democrats, which is probably going to make some people brutally sick today. We got a few updates on the Iran war. This one is kind of more directly from Trump's mouth and Hegseth's mouth than anything else. I'm sorry. I apologize. I still have Kick Rock's wheelie in my head. It's just so mean. All right, let's get into some listener text before we jump into war updates. Breaking news, Dan Crenshaw primaried. Yes, we talked about that today. Don't forget to mention the Ecuador shit from last night. Hold on a minute. U.S. Ecuador. U.S. opens military action in Ecuador against terrorist organizations. Oh, for Jesus Christ. U.S. forces have launched military operations with Ecuador against designated terror organizations. I'm at the point now where if my government tells me some group is a terrorist group, I just don't believe them. Inside the South American country, the military released no details on the operations, but suggested in a statement it was an extension of strikes carried out by the Trump administration against suspected drug trafficking organizations in the region. How about let these countries deal with their own drug problem? And how about the United States just works on doing that thing that Trump said? Lock down the border, don't let the fucking drugs in, and we won't have this problem. How about you be the border security president that you promised to be, and we don't have to worry about drugs. We don't have to go bombing cartels. Let those countries deal with their cartels. I'll tell you one thing. We lock down the border. We don't let that shit into our country. Those cartels ain't going to be making a whole lot of money. And it'll be a lot easier for those countries to defeat them. It's all this American cash that keeps getting pumped into these cartels that keeps funding the automatic weapons and the military-grade ordnance that all these cartels have. So how about Trump does his fucking job, locks shit down, stops letting this poison in that's hurting our people? That would be pretty make America great again. But no, we got to go dance in our military. We spend $1 trillion on it every year. Trump wants to raise it to $1.5 trillion, by the way. It really is just a fuck you to every American when you go, let's raise it to 1.5 trillion, meaning I'm going to take this $500 billion and I'm going to purposely ignore all of the needs all of you have in this country, and I'm going to put it towards blowing people up. Fucking hell. Well, anyway, I guess now we're involved in Ecuador, guys. So the president who claims that he ended 7 or 8 wars or whatever bullshit he likes to say, don't worry, he's starting a bunch more. Somebody says we're missing a couple hundo people today. No, we're at 600 right now. That's, for 10 o'clock, 600's pretty good. We got close to 700 today. Didn't quite touch it. So thank you guys very much for a great day on the toe today. And again, just finish up that number. We're awfully close. And I think today is, I got no reason to complain. About the show. The news story I'm about to show you, I got a lot to complain about. This war, more than any other war we've engaged in, every dead body is like a blood-boiling moment because this is completely a war of choice. It's a war for Israel. It is not for the United States. I was watching Piers Morgan yesterday, and that douchebag Ben Ferguson is on there. That guy is a cunt. Dave Smith was on there. And every time one of the people on Pierre's panel said that this is a war for Israel, there was a guy on there going, you can't say that it's a war for Israel. How dare you say that? How could you say that? It's like, how could you have eyeballs and not say that? So like this idea that this is a war for Israel is very foreign to some people. But the fact that we have 6 U.S. service members killed in a single strike, this isn't 6 total. 6 people were killed yesterday. Trump administration doesn't like to talk about that shit. Every single American soldier dead is an American soldier dead for Israel, and god damn does it piss me off. Let's go to what is this, WCCO, CBS News. Let's go to them with the update. I want to small screen this.
And Israel launched new attacks, and Iran responds with attacks of its own in the Gulf region. Now, the U.S. and Israel battered Iran with airstrikes and explosions rocking the capital of Tehran. The Pentagon says that U.S. forces destroyed Iranian military command facilities, airfields, and missile and drone launch sites. But Iran is also striking back. Saudi Arabia's defense ministry says that Iranian drones struck the U.S. embassy in Riyadh. This is causing minor damage there. Now, so far, the Pentagon now says at least 6 U.S. service members have been killed since the bombing began 4 days ago.
Okay, 6 total. All right, 6 total. But here's the deal. So it killed U.S. service members, but we're calling it minor damage? Again, fuck the Pentagon, fuck the Trump administration, fuck Israel, fuck Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't consider U.S. servicemen dying for another country to be considered minor damage, especially for a war we don't need to be involved in with a country that never attacked us and hasn't harmed us at all. Let Israel fight the war. I don't give a shit if Israel fights Iran. If they want to go to war, let them both go to war. But we have no business in it. And by the way, I haven't been able to confirm whether or not this is true. I've seen it on a couple of news sites. I've seen it on Twitter. But like I said, there's a lot of fog of war here. Is it true that the Israelis are not letting American Christians into their missile bunkers? Is that I'm going to guess that that's blood libel propaganda. Because if that's true, that's too enraging for me.
People have been killed in Iran.
The war is also starting to send financial ripples worldwide. Look at this.
That was brutal. It was like a 500 drop in the Dow yesterday. $4 a barrel oil prices went up. It was nasty. Oh, but guess who did really well? Israel's stock market hit record highs. I am not making that up. You can look it up.
Sell-off of stocks around the world. Look at Wall Street. Right now, the Dow is down. It is down more than 2 full percentage points right now.
Let's check it out today because that service member thing was what I wanted out of this story. How's the Dow doing today? Up 329 points, so we're doing a little profit taking today. How about oil price? Down 30 cents. So everything went a little nuts yesterday, and it's leveling off. We'll see more down days, though, as this war continues on. We'll see. Chevy fan says, Tim Pool said this war is good for the economy. Yeah, retards say that. War is good for the economy. No, war was good for the economy when we were in a depression and a shitload of people all of a sudden got jobs building tanks and planes and everything else. Nowadays, war is not good for the economy because multinational corporations control all of the money. It does very well for them. It does really shitty for the American people because we add more debt, which is a secret tax. It devalues the dollar, and it disrupts trade routes. It disrupts the movement of goods to market. So that's all bad for regular people. War is bad. You should never say war is good for the economy. War is terrible for the economy. There's an old saying, when troops cross borders, goods don't. When goods cross borders, troops don't. It's not good for the economy to have war. Bapa Shab said, yeah, the Tim Pool quote, "It's my boot." Ha 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 ha. You fucking idiot. Did he really say that? I'm looking that up on Twitter right now. Now you guys got me in a bad mood. I was in a good mood before. We're only $75 away. I think we should rally up before the rally point and get that. Now I'm getting nervous about the 75 because there's no movement on that. So now I'm like, 75, that used to be a sure thing. That's not a sure thing anymore. Now you guys have changed my whole mood. Tim Pool war. Did he really say it's good for the economy? Fuck, do I hate that guy. Tim, want to debate Tim Pool on religion? Yes. Tim Pool begging for civil war. I don't see the clip. If you have a clip for me, I would love to see it because I get I get rage baited by Tim Pool very, very easily. I will admit that. Yeah, I don't see anything new on any of this. Oh, there's a guy in a yarmulke talking to Tim Pool. That makes no sense. How did that happen? I believe that Tim Pool stopped getting his Russia money from that that organization, Tenet Media. He stopped getting his Russia money, and I think he just started taking his real money. Chevy fan says, all that remains guy on Timcast seriously said this war is going to cost less than what Somalis stole in fraud. We lost 3 F-15s the other day, right? To friendly fire. How much does an F-15 cost? $100 million. So that's $300 million we just lost in that. How much does one cruise missile cost? About $2 million. So you're looking at probably about $2 billion right there in cruise missiles already. How much does it cost for 2 aircraft carriers to sail? $16 million per day to sail, and we have 2 out there right now. So that would be $32 million per day. So that's $32 million per day times 7 days. That's already cost us $224 million. Yeah, that guy's fucking retarded. We've probably already spent about $5 to $10 billion on this in less than a week. And Somali fraud right now is high-end estimate $10 billion. So yeah, that guy is fucking stupid. $1 from Coltrane says the bullet grazing is where Trump changed. As you do if you almost get your head blown off. Whether it killed him or not, it made him more pliable or dead. Fair point. Fair point. Miss Tay says, I wonder if they're insured. Miss Tay is fucking based today. Loaded Wrench gifting renewing his membership for 41 months on YouTube. Says, sorry with my absence. N-word, been in jail. Oh, sorry to hear about your time in jail. I can empathize. That's no fun. You guys ready for this? Remember how Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying for the last, Netanyahu for the last 30 years has been telling us that Iran's really close to getting a nuclear weapon? I mean, thank God we never engaged in that bullshit, right? Don, what do you got for us on the war?
President, we've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's, Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia fucking hates Iran. One's Sunni, one's Shia. By the way, we keep celebrating that we're blowing up these ayatollahs when they meet to pick a new ayatollah. Be careful on that shit because Shia Muslims really revere ayatollahs. It's a very important position in the Shia faith. So if a bunch of white Christians and Jews start celebrating really hard every time a Shia holy man is killed, I think those people of Iran that you think like us so much might not be so excited about us fucking up.
Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing, such unity around the world?
By the way, that is Trump just filling that press pool full of MAGA bloggers and shit.
Against Iran.
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people. And
does he just seem like cooked to you? Does he just seem like out of energy and just? I mean, that spray tan is getting worse. But does he just seem like just wrecked, just destroyed?
Some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped.
Oh my God! It's like they're in the Gaza Strip. Fucker.
From buildings, they're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology. And
cool. Explain to me why we need to be at war with them. Explain to me how that's a threat to the United States. I'm ready to hear it.
Nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said,
really, because again, Israel was doing it in Gaza like a week ago.
The fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors. And the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what.
What?
They've hit Qatar.
That's Israel. Israel's been attacking all of its neighbors, and its neighbors have never done anything. And by the way, the reason Iran is hitting Qatar and all these other places is because we have fucking bases there. They're counterattacking the United States where we have bases. God damn, they lie. They lie so fucking. I don't want to defend Iran. Fuck Iran. But you're making them defend me. You're making me defend them because you're fucking lying.
They've hit UAE. They've hit Saudi Arabia. They've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit.
It's almost like the United States military's everywhere. Like an empire.
Evil, and they're bad. It's a bad seed.
We're talking like 5-year-olds. They're evil and they're bad. We're in kindergarten.
And somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much...
Oh, that's the new talking point. They're saying we've been at war with Iran for 47 years. That's interesting because none of you have ever mentioned that until we did this. This is like that George W. Bush shit where they like hired PR people and said, try this talking point and just keep repeating it as though it's organic.
Death has been caused by them. so much unbelievable death. From Germany too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology, and I've never been. Look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day. Pictures of Donald Trump, and I'm looking. I'm on the phone. Probably.
Okay. Let me try this then. So that's an indicator that this is a good policy. Okay. There have been thousands and tens of thousands of people in the streets of Minneapolis saying that ICE is bullshit and they suck and you're the devil. Does that make them right?
Looking to you, and I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, "Oh no, it's another, protest." I see and then I started saying, "Boy, they were very friendly people." And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, "What's going on?" And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally by pictures.
I've never seen a president need to suck his own dick this bad. We get it. Everybody thinks this is a great idea. We'll ignore all the polling that says that everybody hates this. And just everybody thinks you're the coolest guy who ever lived. You're great, Mr. President. Dude, Bush didn't need his dick sucked this bad.
The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the
I could say the same thing about Israel, by the way.
nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they have thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month.
Within a month? Oh, wow. So we're just doing BB's talking points for him. We're just doing Benjamin Netanyahu. We're just doing his dirty work. They would have, you guys, they would have had a nuke in a month. Did you know this? I had no idea. Oh my God. Well, then we better get in there. Holy shit. $1 from Veldrain. He says Iran is close to getting nukes and Africa is close to attacking U.S. with a swarm of attack helicopters. Yes. Yeah, I saw this video. There was a Ugandan man with a lawnmower engine. They're going to have Black Hawk helicopters. Technically, every helicopter they have, there's a Black Hawk helicopter. And it's very dangerous. We need to be in there bombing Chad. Chad's got to go. They've got helicopters. Bad. Mean helicopters. Fuck. Reformed Rapscallion says, I'm a fucking idiot and I knew better than to vote for an orange psychopath. All right, guys, we have completely stalled out, and now you've won. You've beaten me down. I'm officially nervous. We got $100 head start today, and we were bringing it down very nicely, and we've completely stalled at 75. So in 5 minutes, you're gonna get a rally thing. Please just get it down to 0. I appreciate everybody who's thrown in. I really do. Let's knock this thing out. We've been at 75 for a long time. It's like we just stopped right there. So please, and then tonight we'll get a bunch of clips from this Tim Walz and Keith Ellison having to testify on fraud in Minnesota. We've got a lot of good stuff still coming today. Just knock this fucking stupid cocksucking goal out, please. I would appreciate it. 75 away. Let's hammer it out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Great news, guys. Did you know that Israel didn't force us to strike Iran? Here.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I buy that 100%. Yeah, no. Matter of fact, Israel didn't force us to bomb Iran. We didn't do this for Israel. Matter of fact, we might have dragged them into this because we wanted to do it so bad. Oh, yeah, sure.
You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack if we didn't do it.
Even though this has never happened. Something that has never happened. He was convinced it was going to happen.
They were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
Well, there you go, guys. That 80-year-old man is incredibly lucid, and he's all over it. Get ready for that talking point. We forced Israel to do this. Rusty Grammar with $1 says, serious question, Aaron. Do you think Harris-Walz would have put us in any better position today? I do not think the Walz-Harris administration would have bombed Iran. I don't think they would have done anything with the Epstein files, though. I don't think we would have gotten any of them released. But I don't think Harris and Walz would have bombed. No, I don't think they would have bombed Iran. The Trump administration is getting so bad that I don't think you can continue to use the but Kamala. All right, fine, use that one. What are we doing that's so fucking amazing right now that wouldn't be happening if she was president? I can't name anything. Miss Tay says, bullfuck, they would have. I mean, maybe they would have. What I'm saying is that's such a low-hanging fruit comparison to make. Like, oh yeah, well, what about... I don't have to stand for this bullshit that he's pulling. I don't have to, gobble up the Trump goy slop just because, well, what about Kamala? Kamala's gone. Kamala's not in the equation at all. This guy's a bag of dog shit. There is no but to that. He's a bag of dog shit. Chevy Fan says the Dow. Well, yeah, that's true. Trump has kept it under 50,000 so we can talk about pedophilia. I guess that's nice. All right, I'm nervous. I'm worried. I'll admit it. Let's bust out the Hulk Hogan first, then we'll bust out the Erica. Damn, $100 advantage. I'm going to stay positive. $75 away. Guys, throw in for the toe. We're a listener-supported show. We didn't have to talk about money all day today. Now we do. That really sucks. I hate it. But if you're feeling generous, knock this out. We've got a perfect week going. Keep it going. I would appreciate it. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. $75 away from today. Come on, boys and girls. We need you. We need you. Missing too much lately. Missing way too much lately. Throw in your 5s and 10s. If everybody does it, we'll be absolutely fine. Get those Rumble gifted memberships in. We are running very, very low on those. What are we at? What are we at for Rumble memberships? How many away? 68. That's a lot. So let's get those in. 3 gifted memberships of 5, and we're home free. So let's knock out the goal and pretend we have a real show. Dubnot with $5 says, we get so enraptured by your terrible takes, we forget to pay you. Any idea on NBA Rookie of the Year? No, because I don't think the Timberwolves have a candidate. So I'm not really following it close enough. $70 away. Thank you, Dubnot, for the contribution and your honesty. Oh, let's knock out this 70 and call it a win, guys. Come on. I'm making an asshole of myself. $70 away from success or failure today. And here we go. Oh, shit, I lost it. $1 from Tim. Thank you very much. But I had 2 come in at the same time. I lost them both. Damn it. 70 away from today. Let's go. Come on. If we knock it out, then I can finish up with some content instead of this horse shit. We can watch a little bit of that Walls hearing or something. 70 away from today. I would appreciate a rally. We can't survive without listener contributions. Please and thank you. All right. Oh, man, 75 is not even a sure... Not only is 75 not even a sure thing anymore, it's not even moving the needle. Guys, I need you. I'd appreciate you. We were on such a good roll today, and now this rally thing is killing it. It looks pathetic on my part. So help out, please. I would appreciate it. I hate doing this part, but I'm gonna hang in there for you. 5s and 10s, that's it. Loaded Wrench with $5 says, leftover from my canteen, it's at least a few noodles. Thank you very much for the 5. $65 away. We made a whopping 10 in that rally. Guys, it's important that we hit these. It's important for the support of the show. Let's fire up Erica and see if we can't do this. Oh, this isn't good. Come on, boys and girls. $60 away. Let's get a win for the toe. Come on. Come on. What do we got? 65 away. We need help. We need help. A bunch of memberships away from 500. Let's do this thing. Let's rally it up. Couple of bucks. Come on. It's getting to be way too common. Great show today. We appreciate it. Make sure you can at the very least hit like and hit subscribe and hit follow. 65 away from getting a win today. We've had one win in the morning. We've had one loss in the morning. This is not good. All right, there we go. We got Dub with $5. We got Main Vein with $20. Thank you. 45 away from today. Come on, guys. 10 memberships away. 10 memberships. Let's get this. Loaded Wrench with $50 over on YouTube. $10 away from a win. We take 35 of that. $10 away. 2 memberships. Rally it up. Let's stick it down their fucking throats. Whoa, there it is. Those are the toe boys I recognize. Nice work, Loaded Wrench with the 50. Finish it up with the 10. I knocked my goddamn headphones off. I'm so excited. Look at this. Look at that. 10 more and it's a win for the toe. Let's fucking finish this thing. 1 minute, $10. Call it a win. Two gifted memberships. Let's go. No, MSO. Crunchy did not die. Crunchy is not dead. She's absolutely fine. There's nothing wrong with Crunchy. Come on, guys. 2 more memberships. $10. Let's go. Let's do it. Come on now. We can't lose. $5 from Coltrane says, best I got for this dono. $5 away. 1 more membership. 1 more win for the toe and it's all over. Let's do it. Pump it up. A gifted membership from Loaded Wrench. Fuck them all. It's a win for the toe. There it is. Oh, some of them don't like it when it's a win for the toe, and I don't like it when it takes that, when it runs, the wick runs all the way out of the dynamite, but a win's a win, and it makes them suffer, and I like that. On a Wall, gifting a membership. Thank you very much, and we've got ourselves a bank. And tomorrow, speaking of bank, Oz is going to be here tomorrow. They're all saving their money for Oz, too. They love Oz. Don't forget about Oz. All right, another win for the toe, another W for us. Great support from you. Thank you very much. Solid numbers today as well. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow on your way out. I'll be back tonight to wrap this thing up. Oh, Caliente with a great point. Maybe you should do the version with the cute little Asian girl. Ooh, where she's like going fucking ape shit for the Nazis. Maybe you got a point. Nice job, guys. Another win for the toe. Oh, let's raid somebody on Rumble. We got to be doing our raids for the creator program. Oopsie daisy. Let's raid Crowder. Fuck it. We barely get... shut up, Steven. I don't need to... oh, God, his voice. Maybe we shouldn't raid Crowder. Let's raid Crowder. And you guys can say funny shit if you want to. Here we go. We're on our way to go raid Steven Crowder. Enjoy Goy Slop conservatism. And say whatever you'd like. Say whatever you'd like. Oh, $5 from You Need Me More on the way out. We got ourselves a nice little $15, $20 bank today. Nice work. See you later, everybody.